But we gotta try something out here. So let's see if I can, and then get that out. Okay, that worked. All right. Hey,
we live.
But the commercial's running.
Oh yeah, commercials. Well, out of nowhere, 21.
And there you are. Hey, we gotta. We need y'all. We need you guys' help. We want to try something. We want to air a clip, but we want to air like a video version of the clip. So let us know. Let me know if you hear this. Okay, you'll be able to see it, but let me know if you.
He didn't talk about it on the show, but like hearing Marvin say that Doug Christie is mentoring him.
Okay, were y'all able to hear that? That's what we need to know. Yeah, I just need to know if y'all could.
Need the feedback.
Hear that? That's a good reference. We're live, pal. That's a good reference.
Is that an office?
No, it's Sid. Sid was cutting a promo with Jim Ross, and he was like, "Crap, let's do it. Let's do it over again." And Jim Ross is like, "We're live, pal." Okay, y'all could hear it and see it. Okay, game changer, baby. Let's get it.
I'm gonna need to see that. I'm gonna need to see that too.
Oh yeah, pull it up. Hey, we're live, pal. Because he gets frustrated and he wants to. Oh, let's do that again. We're live, pal. And then he goes back into cutting the promo.
That is funny.
Sid Justice. Oh man. There's another clip. Did you ever see where Bret Hart cussed like and pushed Vince McMahon and all of that stuff? And
after the Montreal school drop?
No. It was in Raw. It was a Raw in like 1997. And it was like right before, it was like weeks before, it was right before WrestleMania 13, right before Bret became a heel. And he's doing this, this promo, and he's cussing and all of this different stuff. And Sid comes down, and he was like, he looks at Sid, Bret looks at Sid, and he goes, "You know that I'm the real WWE champion." And Sid goes, "I don't know shit." It's so good. It's like Sid. Oh man.
Oh man.
Sid is something, boy.
Sid is gold.
Oh man.
On the low, Sid is gold.
Sid, I don't know. I know he dropped some line about having half the brain as someone else. I don't remember what it was, but there's some good.
I'm glad you remember that one too. Didn't he do like not exactly like a Kendrick Perkins with a little stutter, like, you know that I don't know that you know.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We'll have to find Sid's greatest hits here. I can't find the "We're Live," pal. I know it's in here somewhere.
That's interesting.
How much time do we have?
Maybe I'll try.
If you're only half the man that I am, and I have half the brain that you do.
Wait, what?
I remember that one.
I'm the straight voice out west, legendary self-made progress. Last time that I checked.
Man, you don't want to be late to this show, boy. Sometimes we just come out firing. Welcome,
Damien. I have half the brain that you have.
Hey, we're live, pal. We're doing the show, man.
We're live,
in here. We're live, pal. We got a show to do here. CeeLo and KC. You know what it is, baby. I'm Damian Barley. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
We appreciate you so much for being with us here on this Thursday, final day of September. September 30th, man. Again, we're so happy that you're here with us. We appreciate those checking us out on twitch.tv/ESPN1320. YouTube.com/ESPN 1320. Watching the show is such a great, like, I know we say this a lot, and for the radio crowd and the Odyssey crowd, man, we appreciate you so much for being with us. If you're just hanging out, we're happy you're here. It doesn't matter how you consume, but it's 4 hours of fun over there on Twitch and YouTube, man. And we got shows within the shows, and this will be the first time in the show's history.
Oh wow.
Long history, all 14 months.
Long storied history here on D-Lo and Casey.
And the stream is younger than that. Stream's what, like February? This will be the first time. We do every day. We normally stick around after the show is over on the live stream. Sometimes it's 5 minutes. Sometimes it's 35 minutes. We're just hanging out. We're talking. We're doing a variety of things. Well, yesterday, James Ham was with us in that final hour, and he was cooking. And he was rolling. So James was with us until like the moment we signed off the show. And when we said goodbye to the radio crowd, James was still on the stream and he was still talking. Yeah. He had been away for a couple of weeks, man. He was ready to chat. And today will be the first time we have to, because James started talking about Doug Christie and Marvin Bagley and Doug Christie working together. And it was like, yeah, everybody needs to hear what you just said. It's awesome. And there were still a couple hundred people watching 20 minutes after the show ended. And it was like, yo, we need to bring back and I told him, I was like, James, we have to play that on the radio tomorrow. Like, we have to bring back everything you just said and play that on the radio tomorrow. Cause it was really one, he tells just a great story about Doug Christie, his career. And then he related it to Marvin Bagley and why the relationship between those two could be one of the most important relationships headed into this upcoming season.
For sure, man. I'm sitting here thinking, and we got Jerry Reynolds. We got G-Man. Is James Ham like the third ranked historian in Sacramento Kings, what they have right now in the media?
He may be. I think that's fair. I think that's,
he knows it
fair.
all.
He remembers everything. And we've said this a million times, like, James is a tremendous storyteller. And we were just sitting here, and the clip of James is, I think it's maybe 6 minutes, but it's all James. It's no D-Lo and KC. It's no interact. It's like Kenny and I are listener number one and listener number two. That's all we are. We're just sitting there and we're listening with everybody else. And
absolutely.
But yeah, no, I think that's fair.
John Bull says Pete Youngman. Pete Youngman's definitely in that top 3, 4, 5, whatever.
We can't get Pete to tell stories though. Like,
this is true.
We've been trying. Shout out Pete Youngman. I know he's listening. Pete, like, we wanted to have Pete on for something specific around the draft time, but that was a no. And understandably, he works with some of the young people who were in the draft. So I was like, that was fine. It's like, Pete, just come hang out with us, man. But we'll get him on here. I'm gonna wear him down. I mean,
it's going to happen.
We'll wear him down.
It's going to happen. Tony Edwards, thinking about the James Ham interview, he says, "What about that 38 inch vertical though?"
Ham, the
Ham said I was dunking.
The athlete
said I was dunking. It was nothing.
I can tell you emphatically, in my day, I did not have a 38-inch vertical. As a matter of fact, I have a scar on my leg about that long, because with Al Biacani, you talk about a dude who has stories. Al Biacani, that's my trainer. That's the guy who taught me how to train like a professional athlete. One day, I think he was out of the facility. I used to work with Al. I had a key to the facility. I would go in there first thing in the morning, do my workouts before anybody got there. He wasn't around, so I'm feeling myself, right? I got the music just slamming through his facility on Del Paso and Natomas.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yo, this workout is done. I'm going to hit these 3 42-inch box jumps, and I'm out.
Come on.
1, nothing. Man. 2, nothing. 3, missed.
You don't want to miss on the box jumps.
Didn't, and especially these boxes. These aren't the cute little cushy boxes that you get on Amazon. This is a box.
They might have had nails coming out of that box.
I hit scraped, hit again.
Oh, jeez.
Vicious, and it's scarred. Never went away. Never went away. It's still there. I know where Al was. Come to think about it, I know exactly where he was. He was training the national team in China. He had gone over to be their national. So he was already at the 2008 Olympics. When I didn't tell him. So when I got to China, he came over to the hotel to see us. I was like, hey, I got to show you something. And I showed him. He's like, yo, what did you do? I was like, well, you weren't here. That's what you get about your training myself.
Oh, man.
So I was not the athlete that one James Ham was. That's for sure. And by the way, y'all were talking about peaking at 22, 23. I mean, my physical peak, I think I hit my physical peak at maybe 30, 31.
30 is kind of pushing it. But I said at least, I can't speak for James. I said De'Aaron is starting to enter his physical peak.
Okay.
So
and he's 23. And now that you say that, it's coming back. You were talking about the peak of the body and the mind kind of meeting together.
They'll probably meet up for a year or two when he gets to like 25, 26.
And then every other year, your mind is going to be battling your body, or your body's going to be battling your mind. It's going to be one or the other.
Or you'll understand it better, but you can't recover the way you did when you were 22, or you can't jump as high, or whatever the case may be. It seems that you out here doing box jumps, Damien. You probably could have dunked. Did you ever try to dunk?
Probably he had a half court. I probably tried to. Like, I think I could, but like when I say I could touch the rim, I don't think I could grab it. Like I could.
You could do a tip jam.
Yeah, I could do a little putback. I could probably do a little putback if like with a running start. Everybody get out the way. Like I could do one of them joints, but like really get up there and like tip it back in traffic.
On the
ain't me.
On the live chat and the next commercial break, because I want to talk sports right now. Well, we're still talking sports. I'll tell everybody the story about when I dunked in a game.
Oh, you hit the air quotes. I'm curious.
I'll tell you guys that story.
I like that. That's all the more reason to head over to twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. And really what Kenny just told the radio audience was F you. He said, you don't get this story. You want to support us on the Odyssey app?
Baby.
You want to support us on 1320 AM? Well, you ain't getting this story.
I'm just saying is we would come to the YouTube, or I mean, the YouTube never dies though. So even if you're driving around and stuff like that, you can come back later and hear the story of me dunking in a game.
The live show is both live and it's on demand. You can go back there and listen to it anytime you want. We realize not a lot of people go, whoo, got 3.5 hours, got 4 hours to kill. I'm just going to sit down and watch all 4 hours of D-Lo and KC here. We cut some show highlights for you so you can get caught up on the main stories of the day. We cut all of our interviews so you don't have to miss any of that stuff. All of that is available over at youtube.com/ESPN1320. It's a great way to get caught up on anything you might have missed.
Yeah, always.
But if you want stories like Kenny Duncan in the game, you've got to search it out there through YouTube. Sometimes you can skip the show and just go straight to the commercial and see what we're talking about there.
Well, we've been talking about a lot during the commercial, but on the show, we talk about a lot too.
I have it on good authority, by the way. We have we talk about building a community here on YouTube and Twitch.
Yeah.
Big part of the community is our crew here in the Chatty House.
Yeah, shout out to the Chatty House.
Always. I have it on good authority from the Dope Ones. There's a Chatty House shirt coming.
Oh, okay. I might have to get one because I'm just a supporter of the Chatty House.
Shout out to Dave Garcia 209.
They got a Chatty House shirt coming. Snap.
He was the catalyst behind this, so be on the lookout.
That's gonna be fire.
Chatty House shirt on the way.
That's gonna be
to the dope
fire.
Told you, man. We're building a community over there on Twitch and YouTube, and we're so happy that each and every single one of you are part of it. We're building the community here on ESPN 1320. So, another part of yesterday's show is that when you have a great guest who's just firing stuff off,
We had 2 of them yesterday.
Man, in a row. Crocky to Ham was something, man.
Man,
like
oh, man.
Crocker, I'm sitting there watching Crocker like he's talking about motion offenses and being a DB, and all of a sudden I'm like, yeah, I'm a football player right now. like I'm in the game. Like I'm about to run out on the street and guard somebody.
Facts.
That's what I'm about to do.
Shut down corner right now because I know everything I need to do now.
I'm about to go tip the mail out of the mailman's hand or something, man. I was so again, the interview is there for you over at YouTube. But yeah, we went from Crocker to James, and one of our primary job, Kenny and I, when we have someone on the show, and I'm hesitant. I don't even want to call James Ham a guest. Like James's family's here with us every week. Podcast. Yeah, he's with us every week, man. When he's cooking, you get the man the ball and you let him work. But man, he said some things yesterday that I kind of like jotted down. We got to get back to this, but we went on to something else. Jotted something down. We got to get back to this. He said a couple of things yesterday that really got our attention, namely Buddy Hield. You asked him, I think for the final time, the question about Buddy Hield being, we just had to bring the bit to a close.
Bring it to a close, man.
But he dropped a nugget about Buddy Hield and what the start of the season might look like for him. And not only what the start of the season might look like for him, but Buddy may already be aware of this. You'll hear what James Ham had to say about Buddy Hield, and then we'll dive into that conversation because we've spent a lot of time since Davion Mitchell has been drafted talking about a potential 3-guard lineup. KC, I think we could throw the potential out of it. We're going to see a 3-guard lineup, and we might even see one start the game. We're just starting this game here with D-Lo and KC, man. We're diving into this show. We're here with you for the next 4 hours. Our man Will Griffith of the King's Herald is going to be with us coming up in the 3 o'clock hour, and we're going to be with you for the next 4 hours. It's D-Lo and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Yeah. All right, guys, little story time here. So I was at CRC, Consumers River College, and I got a steal, had a breakaway. And when I dunk, I can dunk when I could dunk. I could dunk off of 1 or 2 feet, but most of the time it was off of 1 foot. And I would do the old Scottie Pippen where you take that hard dribble, you kind of palm the ball, like you got it squeezed real tight here, turn it over, throw it down. Like it was all kind of one motion, right? So I had the breakaway, was on the break by myself. I never dunked in a league game or not organized because pickup doesn't really count, but I had never done it in a game before. I was like, I'm about to go get this right now. Go up there, go get it, slam it down the ground, palm it, squeeze tight. And as I squeeze, I guess, my hand had sweat on it or whatever, starts to slip out. I'm like, oh no, it starts to slip out. And then at that point, I was like, I don't think this is going to happen. I need to just make the layup. So I bring the other hand on there to try to control it and lay it in, and it don't happen. And you guys know them CRC, ARC, Sac City type games. There's people on the stands, right? So missed the dunk, missed the layup. People were like, he tried to dunk, he missed, you stink. And that was that. Coach got mad at me. He was like, man, we got people out here that can't dunk, trying to dunk in the game, because we lost by 2, I think. And he was hot. And then the next day in practice, we were scrimmaging, and I dunked during our scrimmage, and I was like yelling at the coach or whatever. I almost did like Fox when he dunked on Sabonis and just started yelling. Like that's what I did. I was like, oh, I didn't say this, but in my head, I was like, I can dunk. What you talking about, man? The ball just slipped out, man. So I dunked in the practice, and that was that. Now, a positive story.
That's a good story.
One of the
best part is the oh no.
Yeah,
oh,
it
no.
was just all slow motion. I squeezed. I was like, oh no. Tried to save it, didn't happen. But senior year in high school, McClatchy is the #1 team in the city. We have a pep rally because on Friday night we're playing the #2 team in the city, the Jesuit Marauders. This is big time. And we got the pep rally on Friday afternoon for the game on Friday night. And some of those pep rallies, people dunk or whatever the case may be. And we had our big guys that got just a little simple dunk, and the whole student body, oh, I don't know what a big student body is. I'll just say like 1,000 people. Nah, maybe I don't know, 1,000 people are in the gym. And big guys dunk or whatever the case may be. So I was like, yo, give me the ball. I'm about to bang out. Nobody ever seen me dunk before. I don't know if I'd ever dunked in front of a crowd before at that particular time. So this one, I was like, all right, let me go get this. So I come off the left wing. I throw the ball off the backboard, and I just went up and got that thing. It came in my hand. I threw that thing down off the backboard. And I remember I had never done that before, and I saw it happen. And as I'm coming down, I hit the ground, and then I just stand there and flex. And I just remember the whole student body like, oh my gosh, what? Oh, they went crazy. They started storming the court. Like, it was a crazy moment. That was the best moment I've ever had with a dunk.
That's awesome.
Yeah, they went nuts.
That's awesome.
No, Dr. David, I was going to the front of the rim, so I didn't even slap the backboard, man. That was all bad. Bia. Boom, boom, boom. No, Roddy, I played for first I played for Coach Clark, and then he got cancer in between my second year. And I think he passed away. So RIP Coach Clark. But then it was Coach Wilder, Coach Rubel, who ended up being a really good coach at Bradshaw Christian, and Coach Mike Wall, has a factory at Folsom right now. And who's the other coach? It's not important. I can't remember. But yeah, it was those.
That other coach out there listening, like, damn. I will say that story that Kenny promised during the break, it was worth it. It was a good story.
Man. Go check it out on YouTube today, man. I'm not even gonna say no more. Go check it out on YouTube, man. I share not only my wins but my losses with the people. I'm not perfect. Never claimed to be. I'm not perfect. I have hiccups just like everybody else.
You're perfect. Discover the Odyssey.
As you can see, that was one I never forgot and never will forget.
Oh, I mean, you told the story with great detail.
It sounded like it was yesterday.
You told it with great detail and animation. Again, it's very much worth going to Twitch or YouTube to see. Download the Odyssey app and discover hundreds of new exclusive music stations available now. Many of you are listening to D-Lo and Casey on the Odyssey app. We appreciate that so much. We have channels that are curated for sports fans, for sports and music fans, by sports and music fans. The new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. All right, let's get down to business here. We mentioned a number of things that James Ham said yesterday that really got our attention, and we want to start with this one. James Ham talking about Buddy Hield.
Just reading the tea leaves with Buddy Hield, either he's a starting small forward or he's coming off the bench. He's no longer in the backcourt. I can't see. Like, I just don't see it. Like, where does he fit? So right away, you still, even like the way that Lucas had good conversations with him. He was very upfront with him. Buddy said, like, look, I think I know what my role is. He wouldn't, acknowledge what that might be and all that stuff.
So I want to go back to just one thing at the really beginning. It's the Kenny Caraway line that's engraved at the ESPN 1320 studios.
Just reading the tea leaves with Buddy Hield.
So he's not, it's not like James is just, here's what I think. No, James he's around this team as much or more than anyone else, and I thought that, man, okay. We've got a direction. Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate that. We've got a direction here. We've got a direction not only with Buddy, or at least a potential direction with Buddy Hield. We've got a potential direction with this starting lineup. We post the question over on youtube.com/ESPN1320. Which 3-guard lineup would you like to see? And we put up the or actually, it was more, what lineup would you want to see? A 3-guard lineup that includes Buddy at the 3, along with Harrison and Rashawn, of course, Tyrese and De'Aaron, or I guess you would call it the more traditional lineup where Tyrese essentially just takes Buddy's place. It's Ty De'Aaron, Harrison at the 3 as opposed to the 4, along with Rashawn. And my assumption would be Marvin Bagley the 3rd. We gave some other options there, but you could take part in that poll over at youtube.com/ESPN1320. Buddy at the 3. Enticing to start a game for you?
No.
Tantalizing?
No.
Oh. You're not in favor of starting a game with the 3-guard lineup. You never have been.
And that is because I want Harrison Barnes on the floor and I don't want him playing the 4. So it has less to do with Buddy Hield and more to do with Harrison Barnes playing the 4. For me personally.
That also takes your BFF out of the starting lineup. Puts Harrison at the 4. That means Marvin's now, I guess, man, potentially 7. I mean, we're assuming Davion is the 6th man. Yeah. We assume Davion's going to be the first off the bench. And so that puts that puts Marvin in a position where he's the 7th man.
I'm shaking my head because speaking of Davion, I stumbled across like some Davion highlights last night. Telling you, that boy got a bag, man. That boy got a bag. I think I know the defense is his calling card, and that's where he's gonna, be famous in this league. But don't sleep on what that man can do on the offensive end. that dude, he can give you buckets, especially if you think about the NBA. He's not going to be like a primary scorer. At least I don't think so. He can just kind of get it where he lives. He's not facing the best defender. I gotta keep whistling because the man he's tough. He's tough. But back to what you were talking about. That would put Marvin maybe the first big off the bench, and he'd play with Davion. And so some people would say, maybe that's good for him. Maybe that'll at least for the start of the season, maybe that'll help him get going and help him have an opportunity to have a unit that centers around his offense and him being the primary scorer. So that could be a good thing for him. I don't know, man. I'm not a big proponent of Harrison at the 4. It's not that he can't survive there. I just feel like you take a lot of what makes him really good away from there. And people will be like, well, he can stretch, he can be a stretch 4. I think Harrison, a lot of the time when he was playing his best basketball last year, he was bullying smaller 3s or smaller wings at the 3 position. And he would get him on the block, or he'd take him inside, get him on his shoulder and finish with the right hand or whatever the case. He was able to do all that. He's not able to do as much as that at the 4. He's kind of strictly just this stretch 4 guy, which we kind of didn't want him shooting a bunch of 3s. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. I think he performs best at the 3, at least to start out the game.
Could be a situation too with Marvin. We talk about 6th and 7th man and all of these different things, and I don't know how consequential any of that stuff is, but Bagley could wind up being the first sub, and the sub is still for Buddy. Like we think, Davion comes in, potentially Davion comes in for Buddy, but it could be Marvin that comes in for Buddy, brings Harrison to the 3 position, puts Bagley at the 4. Then you have what was last year's starting lineup out there. Well, no, now you got Tyrese in it. Now you got what should have been last year's starting lineup there out there on the floor. And then, of course, you got Davion. Is Davion in for Tyrese? Is Davion in for De'Aaron? I'll go back to something we were talking about a couple of weeks ago, and you were the one who really sparked my thinking on this last year, is the more Luke can keep Buddy and Bagley off of the floor at the same time, the better off this team may be defensively.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I also look at it like this, and it's hard to say because we haven't seen a game yet, or, we haven't gotten a good feel.
Monday.
Yes, indeed, for what this particular team is and who they are. But I just look at it like this, Damon, and I'll ask you the question. Mm-hmm. Right now, by position, what are the Kings' best players and their best options? And people, want to send messages and don't want to give Marvin this and that, whatever the case may be. But to me, their best players are Rashawn at the center, Marvin at the 4, Harrison at the 3, Halliburton 2, Fox 1. That's your best players. No need to mess around, at least to start the game off, in my opinion.
Okay. Do you think?
Because you start Buddy Hield. Buddy Hield might not even be. I know people might think it's blasphemous, and we're giving all this too much respect to the rookie. But Buddy Hield might not even. You start him as in the 3-guard lineup. He might not even be your third best guard. You starting him for?
Yeah, but is he a? This is you get into this dicey part of the conversation. Is he a guard anymore? Small forward. I mean, I know. I understand. You don't have to tweet. It's positionless basketball deal. Like I know, but if like, are you acknowledging now we're working around Davion, Tyrese, and De'Aaron, and Buddy is now working with Harrison, Terrence Davis, and that group there who will kind of circulate that 3 spot. Mm-hmm. And that's a legit question. That's not a I told you so question. Like that's a question that's really a statement. It's a legit question. We ride on this positionless basketball thing all of the time because guys like LeBron James brings the ball up the floor. Okay, they still have Russell Westbrook. Mm-hmm. Now, they had Dennis Schroeder last year. They've had Rajon Rondo. He had Kyrie Irving. He's had point guards, even though he still brought we can invent terms. We could talk about point forwards. We could talk positions do still exist. Mm. And if you're starting Buddy at the 3, I don't think we're having a conversation about guards anymore. We're having a conversation about Buddy playing the small forward position. And right or wrong.
Yeah. And I don't think he'd be a good small forward.
Defensively or just period?
I guess defensively. I mean, I think of the small forward is he's got to, if he's not a defensive wizard, like I think back to somebody like Mikal Bridges, right, playing for Phoenix. Mikal plays defense, so he's allowed to just hang around in the corner, shoot threes, and give you 9 points a night. He might average more than that, like 11, but that's because he defends. If he's not going to defend at a high level, talking about Buddy Hield, for you to be out there at the 3, I need you to be unbelievably dynamic on the offensive end. And he hasn't shown the ability to be able to do that. Look, I like Marvin, or excuse me, I like Buddy more than people realize. We
know you love Marvin. You like Buddy. We got it. We know. Sorry, go ahead. Just wanted to differentiate.
I do like Buddy. I'm not like our guy Brian Cruz. I don't think he's useless. But once again, we're talking about starting it. That's been thrown out there about starting him. I said it numerous times. I don't believe he's better than Terrence Davis. You can make the argument after about a month, he might not be better than Davion Mitchell. So once again, why are we starting him again? He's your best guard.
I don't know that everybody shares your assessment on Terrence Davis.
They absolutely don't.
Okay. Look, we like TD. That's
but they never answer my question. I ask for those that do disagree. Are like, all right, aside from shooting, tell me what else Buddy does better than Terrence Davis. And then they just change the subject.
So you think Terrence Davis is an all-around better player than Buddy Hield?
Yes.
Okay.
Mind you, I'm not even saying Terrence Davis should be starting.
I hear you.
That's never been uttered. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Because you don't think Buddy Hield should be starting. You think it should be Harrison at 3 with Marvin at 4 and I assume Rashawn at 5. Mm-hmm.
And if you want to give Buddy the minutes over Terrence Davis, that's fine. That's whatever. I think Buddy would do really well off the bench in that 6-man role. Like me and you, we've been saying this since the show started. The show started a year ago.
Long storied history. Yes.
Yeah, that may be where his ultimate goal is, if he would, or ultimate position in this league is, if he would just accept it. So maybe he's in a better mindset to accept it now than he was a year and a half ago.
Could Terrence Davis and Buddy play together?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Terrence
absolutely
Davis
think
better
so.
at the. Terrence Davis better at the 3 than Buddy would be.
Maybe because he's a little tougher physically on the defensive end. So
Okay.
you know he can match up a little bit more with some of these guys. But you may even have a situation where, you know, for that second unit, you have Davion, Buddy, Terrence Davis, Mo Harkless maybe playing the 4 depending on the matchups, and then take your pick of Tristan and Alex Lynn and guys like that depending on the matchups. Get Metsu in there, whatever the case may be.
Yeah, I don't feel like we have spent nearly enough time talking about Chimezie Metu.
Freeport, stand up.
We
South Freeport, by the way.
Of course, obviously.
After what I saw in that summer league, boy, that's South Freeport.
That's 100. Hey,
that's Airway Market right there.
I mean, Chimezie, we're starting to flirt with that. Man, we can't go nowhere with Metu no more. Man, he'd be crazy. Every time we go out with Chimezie. Got them Anthony Mason vibes.
We need that.
God rest his soul.
We need that here in Sacramento.
Here's Davion Mitchell talking about Davion Mitchell post-practice yesterday talking about 3-guard sets.
That we got to do a better job playing off each other. I mean, but we're still learning each other's game. We're moving the ball well. Still trying to pick each other's brains, telling them to do this, do that, what spots we need to go on, but we're learning.
So Davion, I think with a much more like I should have done a long edit of this. I was watching one of Sean Cunningham's videos of De'Aaron Fox yesterday, and De'Aaron started off like every answer with, "Oh, it's great, it's great." It's great. Like I think like what I should have done in the moment, because I noticed it right away, is just put them all together. Every question. Oh, it's great. It's great. And I mean, of course he'd elaborate and he'd give a lengthier answer. But I just love that Davion gives a
that we got to do a better job playing off each other. I mean, but we're still learning each other's game.
Now, if that's Davion, if it was De'Aaron, it would have been, hey, how are the 3-guard lineups going in practice? Oh, it's great, but yeah.
That we got to do a better job.
Then he'd get into the elaborate answer.
The little quirks of this team that answers questions.
De'Aaron, oh yeah, there's some good ones out there. De'Aaron was asked about the first couple of days of camp. I'm hoping he starts with, "Oh, it's great."
I mean, it's been good. It's been great.
Good. Sorry. Oh, I think we got a great in there.
Good. It's been great. Obviously,
okay, there
a
we
lot
go.
of people play, fives and pickup and stuff during the summer, but nothing really emulates, like organized basketball, where you're still playing hard. But now you have to think, and you have plays and defensive concepts. What are we doing in a coverage with a certain person? So it's always different whenever you come out here and have coaches involved. But it's been great. It's definitely been great. And for the newer guys, obviously they have a lot of different things to learn. But I think guys are picking it up quickly.
By the way, I mean he hit us with a couple of grades. By the way, did you catch the video the Kings tweeted yesterday? Shout out to Mrs. Mac-10 for making sure we saw this. That was from the Kings. Our man Luke Walton. Listen for the key phrase.
Our communication and our buy-in is good.
Let's go.
Yeah, it's been a really good group. Part of that starts in the summer, though. Enrico Hines, who's our head of our player development, did an amazing job of getting guys together, traveling, going to different cities and working. So that chemistry started over the summer. But the 2 days we've been here, it's been high level.
All right, coach, we got a buy-in, baby.
Our communication.
We got a buy-in, baby.
I don't know if I want to give them air horns all the time, but I need something, to signal when we have any of these catchphrases. Buy-in. Oh, it's great.
Yeah.
No.
That's a Monty exclusive. Let's see does De'Aaron start this clip with?
Right now, it's really just offense and.
Okay, we'll get to what that clip is in just a minute. I just wanted to see if he started with, "Oh, it's great, it's great." But we got a buy-in. We got a buy-in from Luke Walton yesterday.
I'm ready.
It took a day or two longer than I expected, but we got our first buy-in reference. Oh man, I'm here for it though. I'm here for it. David Jackson says, "Hit us with the cash register." Cha-ching! I like that. Mrs. Mac-10 says, "Boom, we buying in. Let's go." I'm here for it. I'm here
Let's
for
see.
it. I was talking with Jill Adge last night, and I'm excited for the season, dude. Like, I really am. Like, I'm not even, and I know, like, there are optimistic fans, there are pessimistic fans, there are fans who are like you with Marvin. You're setting yourself up to be hurt again. They know it, but you do it. You do. We do it. I understand, but I just like, you know, the more we talk about Davion, the more we talk about these teams, the more we talk about different scenarios. Yo, man, go ahead, run it for me, man. It don't even bother me. Of course, a game hasn't been played, but hey, I'm on Team Luke right now, man. I'm rooting for.
Let's go.
Okay, damn. Edit that. Just edit that out. I'm rooting for Luke in a major way. That's what I'm. Team Luke. That may be a bit of a stretch, but hey,
Jesse, cut that. He said he's Team Luke.
We're buying in. I'm bought in. Let's roll. Let's go, man. Let's get the job done this year.
So it's funny because this is gonna test some people, and I want to hear what the people got to say. 916-349-1320. Hop into the chatty house, and I'm not like singling anybody out or saying anything about anybody. And I think I know where this answer is going to be, but it's really going to come down to, for a lot of these Kings fans, do you want to be right or do you want the Kings to be successful? Because if you're right, Luke Walton is a horrible coach. He stinks and he's going to get fired. But that also probably means the Kings aren't very good. So would you rather be right in your assessment of Luke Walton and the Kings stink, or he finally got a training camp, he finally got the type of players that he wanted, maybe he doesn't stink after all, and the Kings are a postseason team? What was that? Red pill, green pill, red pill, blue pill? I've never seen The Matrix.
I've never seen The Matrix either. We're gonna catch some heat for that.
I don't know if we should.
Yeah, I think we're gonna catch some heat for that. That's one of those, Will Smith turned the roll down of somebody.
Will Smith has been in the news the last 2 days. It's crazy.
Has he? Did I miss Will Smith in the news?
Yeah, nothing major.
Oh, no.
Nothing major.
Last time Will Smith was in the news, I believe it had to do with an entanglement.
Yeah, they expounded on that.
Oh, dear. Okay. Yeah, I'm good. Good. Not my bit. Shoot, I found a clip of Gabrielle Union that got my attention.
Oh,
we'll run that back for you.
Gabby. Wow.
Look, we're losing
a lot of money, man.
We're losing subscribers. I knew it as soon as I said it. I think I just hit my equivalent of the OK Lake show. Might have to get a Team Luke shirt made. I don't know if Donnie Delpoins is listening, man, but we might have a Team Luke shirt on the way to go with the OK Lake show shirt coming up.
Yeah. I'm just saying. So, I'm trying to see, people in there. Tony Edwards, he's Team Luke. Who was there? Somebody just said specifically, or that they said they'd rather be wrong. So they think Luke is not any good, but they'd be wrong. Our guy, John Bull, said, I'd absolutely love to be proven an idiot that Luke Walton is an NBA level head coach, but I'm not holding my breath.
Okay. I mean, and John is the rare, he's the rare social media guy, season ticket holder who's vocal in the arena and vocal out of the arena. Like John is the perfect mixture of the two. So I gotta believe he's rooting for
Leezy
for Luke too.
Leezy says I'd rather the Kings lose and get a new coach. Leezy's not really a Kings fan. I think he's more.
Oh, that's right. Leezy ain't that.
Mark Wong says I want to be pleasantly surprised.
Okay.
Taryn says if loving you is wrong, I don't want to be right.
I like that. I like that. The Mary J. Blige KC version. In particular.
Xavier said I'd rather be wrong. So
there you go. Okay. And
I mean that's gonna be on there later. Said gotta go get a Luke show.
Yeah, we could do that. Like we could do that.
Okay, Lake show.
Yeah, we could definitely do that. But yeah, I knew I was in trouble the second I said it. I knew
That
it.
was
That's
underrated
my
for
bad.
me. I definitely chuckle every time Bobby Heaton come on.
But I mean, how can you not? I may or may not have been watching an old episode of Primetime Wrestling from like
Oh, my.
1988 the other day. Like it was after, maybe it was after the Monday night game. I don't know. I was kind of jotting down some ideas for the show. Let's go see what I had watched a little bit of the Seth Rollins, Steve Austin thing. And I saw that. I was like, I don't know. Have they ever updated this app or the, Peacock? So I started scrolling through it. I don't think so. No, I don't believe that they have.
They're just stealing our money.
Yeah, I believe that they have not.
I got to ask you, because I don't do it often. Sometimes I do it like when Reese is almost like a little Damian Barling. Well, he'll just watch some random wrestling stuff. And I'm like, you're 8. You were born in 2012. Why are you watching this thing from 1987? How does this interest you? And sometimes I'll sit up there and watch it. And I'm like, man, when a true wrestling historian, they understand the storytelling of the match. But me, I'm just like, this match is boring. This stinks.
Oh, it's bad. But Primetime Wrestling was more about Gorilla and Bobby. So I'm watching it. And the show starts off and it's right before WrestleMania 4. So it's Bobby Heenan in a hotel. They're doing the skit and he goes up to the counter and this woman is trying to get his attention. And it's a black woman. She's trying to get his attention. Excuse me, Toots. I'm talking to the guy here. He's going on and on. Mr. Heenan, I'm trying to Toots, talk to Run DMC by yourself. And I'm like, yo. Are you serious?
Yo.
But I remembered in that moment, I'm going to give Bobby a pass because Run DMC performed at that WrestleMania. So it wasn't like a random, it was random-ish, but not a completely random reference. But at first I was like, oh no. Oh no. We are not doing this.
Oh man, that's what you just said, and what you gave is the look that we gave our friend when she said she wasn't a Beyonce fan at your party.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Excuse me?
There's the door. We'll step out. We'll come back. You'll hear more from De'Aaron Fox, and James Ham tells an incredible story about Doug Christie and relates it to Marvin Bagley. That's coming up next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, Steelin' with KC on ESPN 1320.
Sure. Should have hired Nick Van Exel to coach.
Man, sorry to the Twitch users. I got an alert. Something went wrong on Twitch. So sorry about that.
Twitch hating on us.
Dude, Twitch be bugging out, man.
Twitch
be bugging out. I see y'all back.
Toots, that's funny. That's what I call Jazz.
Hey, Toots.
I'm like, hey, Toots.
Hey,
Toots off to Run DMC by yourself.
I almost recorded it and sent it to you. I was like, bruh, come on. I am, dude, Bobby and Gorilla just, if there was a way they could take those shows and cut out like Hacksaw Jim Duggan versus the Brooklyn Brawler, those would be the most watchable shows on the network because Bobby Heenan was so damn entertaining. Man, and as Mr. Cruz says, racism had a different flavor in the
real different flavor,
especially in the WWE. Look at you walking around with more chains than your ancestors.
Jesus.
Blessed Roddy Piper. Damn.
Oh man. Kirk, Jesuit, they got us good in that game. They beat us by like 20. We had beaten them earlier in the season to take over the Joe Davison spot at #1 team in the city. We had beat them at home. The rematch was happening, 1 versus 2 at Jesuit, and they blitzed us from the start. They started the game on like 19-5 run or something like that. Terrible performance by the McClatchy Lions.
Oh, that's a good point, Bryce. You always got good old Roddy Piper and blackface. Of course, you don't have to go that far back. You could just go back to Triple H.
Is that on the
X-Pac?
on the
I think they cut it out. Yeah, I think they eliminated that
came over
one.
to Peacock?
Yeah. Like, we're not going to deal with this.
Yeah, that was a trip.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. I think at the time, I was relatively young, so if I would have seen that at 18 years old, I probably would have felt different than at the time.
Well, I didn't think anything. I mean, immediately I was like, wow, X-Pac, really? You really did that?
He went all the way.
But you know what really got me was Billy Gunn. When Billy Gunn's G's up, West Side, I was like, dude, the Godfather doesn't talk, or he wasn't even the Godfather yet.
Right.
I don't even know.
Right?
Yeah, it was like he doesn't talk like that. Like, I think that's how the whole persona of the Godfather started, was because like he doesn't talk like that. Like, what are you talking about? That was the part where it was like, yo, F this, man. That's trash.
Me and my cousin, we always joke, like when we're playing PlayStation or something, we do the Godfather, when it used to be like, now you can fight me, knowing I'm gonna kick your ass.
Yeah. Or
that used to crack me up.
Take some of these fine ladies. Boy, that's wild.
That is, come on, man.
Come on. Looking at this here from Run DMG reminds me, part of watching, I saw the Red Rooster was on the show. Bro, I think I forgot. He used to like he's looking at Bobby Heenan like, oh man,
the Red Rooster.
Oh
with his little,
man,
okay.
Got it. Oh man,
oh man.
Oh, where are you? Oh, refresh, stupid. Come on. The Raw. I remember his music.
That dude, he had no shot. No shot.
Dead on arrival. Oh. I'm on Team Luke right now, man.
Oh no,
it's out there,
man. I mean, that needs to be matched up with a little E40.
Oh
no. Small package was on Monday.
Team Luke right now, man. Oh boy. All right.
Well, there you guys have it.
I was like, what?
I'm not alone.
You know what's great is that I was like, what is that noise? It's coming out of the E40 clip. Listen again. I'm on Team Luke right now, man.
That mashup crazy. That mashup crazy. We didn't even know. I'm not alone.
Boy.
Dino and KC united on supporting Luke Walton.
Boy, what a day it's been. It's only 12:49.
And don't forget, we still have.
Casey went to Best Buy and said, give me the loudest mouse you have. Like, first of all, it's a two-party consent state when it comes to recording. I had no idea he was recording. That wasn't even live on the show. This was live on the show.
I feel like Macho Man was a small package type of guy.
That, God rest the soul of the Macho Man Randy Savage. Can he come out here just firing shots at him? Like, hey.
I feel like Macho Man was a small package type of guy.
Donnie, if you're listening, we need a small package shirt.
Donnie, don't put that on a shirt.
916-349-1320 if you want to get in on the phone lines. Will Griffith of the King's Herald. Haven't had a chance to catch up with him in a while. He's going to join us coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. Excited to talk with him for sure. Check us out on twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Twitch not having its best day. might be in everybody's best interest to head over to youtube.com slash ESPN 1320 as Twitch is twitching, as someone in the chat house said. De'Aaron Fox, we were kind of laughing at some of his clips earlier, talking about, no, everything's great. Well, he was asked a question about concerns headed into the first preseason game Monday against the Suns.
Right now, it's really just offense and, making sure things are clicking. And then defensively, just communicating. Obviously, everything is different. We have some new coaches, some new faces. Obviously, everybody doesn't know each other. But you got to come in and you talk. Communication eliminates confusion. So if y'all are confused on something, but if you're talking to each other, you'll get the confusion out. So I think that's definitely one of the emphasis that we were trying to go into having this week. Because, preseason, the first game is, Monday. So you got to try to eliminate those things as quickly as possible and continue to build as a team.
I might send a text off to try to confirm this. Communication eliminates confusion. Absolutely sounds like a Doug Christie line. So much so I feel like I've heard Doug Christie say that before.
I like it too.
I'll shoot him a text during the next break to see if that's
communication. Communication
eliminates confusion.
I like that.
It's easy to buy in, as Luke Walton was talking about. Finally, it's easy to buy in when nothing's gone wrong. Like, there's the game against the Suns hasn't happened. The preseason hasn't started. Like, they're playing scrimmage games. They've been doing 2 practices. Today's the third day of training camp.
Yeah.
It's the first day that they're doing single practices. So that's they wanted to get a couple of practices. They did some runs at night, mostly scrimmage. For the first couple of days, Luke said when he addressed the media a few days ago that they were going to settle into what he calls a normal schedule starting today. So they're back down to 1 practice a day now. And I'm looking at James Ham's Twitter feed, and they're wrapping up practice as we speak. As a matter of fact, he's tweeting about Doug Christie and Marvin Bagley working together right now, which is something that we talked about extensively yesterday.
Yeah, that might be the combo right there.
Yeah, well, let's run that for you. So those who stuck around at the end of the show, when I say the end of the show, I mean after the show went off the air, you saw this. But for those of you who are listening on the Odyssey app and in Twitch, this is the first time you're going to hear this. James Ham was with us yesterday. We went off the air, we said goodbye. Like James had just finished talking with just enough time for me to say, it was like one of those hot endings on WWE Raw. We're out of time. We'll see you next week in Oklahoma City. That was.
Didn't they do that to somebody's title? The title changing hands? Didn't they do that to like the Hart Foundation or something?
They did. Oh, they might have. They did that at the end of the main event where with the evil twin referee, they did it at the end of that. We're out of time, guys. We've got to go. That was us with James Ham yesterday. We're out of time. We got to go. We'll see you tomorrow at noon. And as soon as we're done, James is like, we're still on the live stream, right? So, yeah. And he's drinking his smoothie and he was like, we didn't get a chance to talk about, Doug and Marvin. And then he just goes. So we want to run that for you right now. This is James Ham yesterday talking about Doug Christie, Marvin Bagley, and the importance of that relationship.
We didn't talk about it on the show, but like hearing Marvin say that Doug Christie is mentoring him.
Yeah. That could be a saving grace, aside from a healthy Marvin Bagley, but just having somebody. I said yesterday, I think Doug Christie, I believe Marvin Bagley loves basketball and he loves like working out and get better, working on his game. And having somebody like Doug Christie there, not that the other assistants don't, I'm sure they love it too. But I can imagine Doug and Marvin connecting on just their love of basketball and getting better. I think people were calling him the Marvin Whisperer. He might be the Marvin Whisperer.
Yeah, the Marvin Whisperer. I'll tell you this too. Sort of the interesting thing about Doug is Doug and George Karl did not get along. They had a sort of a feud that preceded Doug coming into the league. I'm not going to get into specifics, but there was George had once said something that Doug thought was inappropriate off the court. when Doug was a young player playing against the Seattle Supersonics in pickup games, like when he was in college and stuff. So the Sonics, with George Karl as their head coach, and I think it was Bob Whitsitt, they decided to draft Doug when he fell in the draft. And he fell in the draft because Doug had a knee issue that some people thought wouldn't translate. So when Doug came into the league, it was with Seattle, and he said, look, I'm not going to play for you. I'm not going to play for you. And then again, there was some words spoken by whoever was a GM that weren't okay at all. So I'm not going to get into specifics, but there was bad blood, and Doug said, I'm done. I'll sit out and I won't play for you at all, ever. I will never play for you. So he got traded to the Lakers midway through his rookie season, having never played a game for the Sonics, never even going and doing the whole deal. And then it was like he got bounced around. Like, it didn't work out with LA because, they had guys that were like sort of did what he did. And he was learning and he didn't really know how to fit in. Then he got traded to the Knicks. Pat Riley sat him down and very specifically told him, like, look, you're not going to play. You're not going to play for me. He's like, it's nothing personal. It's just, I already have my guys, and you're going to sit here on the bench. So Doug started sitting with Herb Williams and really taking in a lot of information and learning about the game, learning about defense, playing against guys like Hubert Davis and stuff like that in practice and dominating. And then he ends up getting traded to Toronto, and it's just this epiphany moment. Like, Isaiah Thomas wanted him. That's why if you saw Doug and Isaiah at Rick Adelman and Chris Webber getting inducted into the Hall of Fame, you saw Doug go over and take pictures with Isaiah. They're very close. They were very close as sort of a mentor-mentee when Doug. But my point is that that's like 3 years into Doug's career when he finally finds a spot in Toronto that loves him, that wants him, that embraces him and embraces all of him and develops him and brings him along, and he flourishes, and he has this amazing, like, people in Toronto love Doug Christie, just like Tristan Thompson said the other day. Like, Doug Christie's my dude. He's like, that's who I grew up watching because it was like the early stages of the Raptors. So anyway, I think it's perfect. I think it's perfect for Marvin to have somebody who didn't walk into the league, find instant success, blow up. All of a sudden he's making mega money. And, that is not who Doug is. Doug, while he was a first round pick, he fought his way into the league a lot like a guy like, say, Garrett Temple. So it's kind of an interesting marriage of high end talent with a hard road, which you don't often find in the NBA. And I think it's really good. Doug, it's not always about basketball, but when it is about basketball, it's always about purpose. Like, he watched Ben McLemore make cuts, and it just like cringeworthy. Like, he's just running from one side to the other side, and he doesn't know why. He's not running with purpose. He's not running with his head turned so he could catch a back cut if he just stopped. He's not running with a reason. And so those are when you hear Doug say, I'm going to work on the little things, or you say Marvin saying, he's teaching me things about basketball that I didn't think of. It's that kind of stuff. It's that, like, when you make a back cut, it's gotta be now. Right. And then if you get that going a couple of times and the guy's all of a sudden he's jumping your back, then you stop and you take a foul, or you stop and you do a back and you catch the ball down low and go right up for a layup. Like, if you're just going through the motions, that's not how basketball works. That's not how good, beautiful basketball works, which is what the Kings were in the early 2000s. So again, like Doug, like, we're good friends, but his ideas about basketball are unique. He's very unique. But I think he's a perfect mentor guy. And I mean, he was a really, really good player. And the players know that. And so I think there's a lot of respect there. It's interesting.
Wow.
I can't. Such a great clip right there from James Ham. And again, our post show with James Ham yesterday was probably in the vicinity of, I don't know, maybe 15 minutes were broadcast, and then maybe another 15 minutes weren't. So yeah, but that part right there, and I said to James right after that was, James, this has to go on the radio tomorrow. Like this was what you said, like, because we all listening and for those that were watching here with us, we all we heard Marvin. You know, you're listening to Marvin, and he's saying the right things, and all of a sudden he mentioned, you know, working out with Doug Christie, and I think collectively the Kings universe was like, "Oh, really? Oh." And now all of a sudden it seems that has emerged as one of the most important partnerships of this upcoming Kings season is Marvin Bagley with Doug Christie.
Yeah, I feel. Oh, my bad.
That's my fault. That's me. That's me. First day. Sorry. I'm new to the show.
Rookie mistake.
Yeah.
I feel that there's a certain language that Marvin Bagley and Doug Christie can connect on, and they can speak with each other. Part of it has to do with what James just talked about as far as Doug being a really good ball player and being high profile, coming out of Pepperdine, playing with NBA guys all the time in Seattle growing up. So knowing how good he was and having to struggle, having to find his way in the league before he finally came across somebody, and James talked about a little later on, somebody like Isaiah Thomas who believed in him, who wanted him. It just fit. Mm-hmm. And I'm hoping that Marvin doesn't have to leave or go through multiple franchises to find that, and find somebody that speaks his language, and that Doug Christie is that guy that can speak his language and help him out along here. Because basketball wise, we've said numerous times, there probably isn't a better situation in the league for Marvin Bagley, better opportunity in the league for Marvin Bagley than right here in Sacramento. And if he can get connected with a guy like Doug Christie, who can speak to him on a different level, on a different way, something that he can understand. I don't want to put too much on Doug. I don't want to put too much on this situation or anything
Doug
like
needs
that.
to save everything. I'm putting it all on him.
He can save this.
He might, yeah.
He can save this. I think that we've never even seen Marvin connected with anybody.
Really? Yeah.
This whole time. And
no, that's for real.
3 days in the camp, he's talking about Doug Christie. Yeah, I video him working with Doug Christie. So
those videos are up right now.
Yeah.
James Ham's account. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge, Kenny Caraway. I'm Damien Barling. We appreciate you so much for being with us on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and of course on 1320 AM. Our man Will Griffith at the Kings Herald going to join us in the 3 o'clock hour, right around 3:20, but will be with us. We'll dive into some 49ers conversation, as well as another juicy detail from the Brady Belichick book.
Oh.
And it involves San Francisco 49ers. It went so well talking about Kyle Shanahan yesterday. Why not talk about him again today? You know who I hope heard that clip of James Ham more than I hope anyone else has heard it, or maybe in a more realistic sense. I don't know how big of a fan Luke Walton is of D-Lo and Casey. I got to imagine a big one.
Yeah, I think he rocks with us.
Team Luke as of today, I guess.
Yeah. It's your Luke station.
That may be too. That's the new tagline, indeed. And just when you thought you got away from stations capping for the team, here we are. I hope Luke is the one that heard it, because you just said something, and again, more specifically, maybe Doug has relayed his experiences to Luke Walton, saying, if you believe in him, you can get success out of him. Mm-hmm. But if he has an inkling that you don't, like, it's tough. Like, we've all been in those types of situations, I'm sure, where you work for someone who either you don't think they believe in you, or, you know, you guys don't have the same vision, or it's just kind of It's just a plain Jane boss employer relationship, right? You're not going to get a lot out of that. You know, to the just dumbing it down, you know, to the lowest degree, like that's essentially what this all is. Luke, the employer, and Marvin, the employee. If you don't feel like your employer is feeling you, man, you don't want to be there no more. And I like if Luke could somehow, and I actually do believe that Luke does to a certain degree, show Marvin like, yo, you look in great shape. You working out with DC. Yo, we've got a chance to do something special. Not only do we have a chance to do something special, you have an opportunity to make some major money next year and in the years following.
Yeah.
So let's do everything we can to keep you healthy. Let's do everything we can to keep you integrated in this offense and put you in the best possible position to succeed. Because as I've been saying, as we've been saying, Marvin's success is the King's success. Because I can't envision a situation where Marvin is good and the Kings stink. I can't envision that, barring, you know, something unfortunate knock on my desk here to happening to De'Aaron Fox. I don't see that situation playing out.
Yeah, I agree. I remember when I was in college, my college coach, shout out Coach Biggs, he said something that I had never heard before and that I always remembered. And it wasn't super profound, maybe, but it just stuck with me. And we were introducing the team, and it was one of the first practices. And he's like, I'm going to tell you right now, there's a certain boundary that I'm going to have between all you guys. I'm here for you all the time, and we're together, but I can't be as close to you as, and our assistant coach, who is Coach Ray, as Ray can be. There's a certain boundary that I can't cross as the head coach. I'm not going to be the one to put my arm around you. Coach Ray might be the one. You mad at me? You can't come and curse at me because we got a problem. But you can talk to Ray and curse about me to Ray. And it was weird at the time, but as I've gotten older and seen more basketball, it makes more sense. And I don't know if things work the same way in the NBA, but it seems like there was a Luke couldn't connect with Marvin Bagley maybe the way Marvin would have wanted him to or was looking for. And maybe that's Doug Christie. And Marvin didn't have sounding board. Now, I'm sure he gets along. He has a great relationship with guys like Rico and Bobby. And it's not like he has a bad relationship with any of them. But it could have been a situation where Monty and Luke got together and said, Doug, Marvin's your project. You figure this thing out with Marvin. You speak to him the way that only you can. And, you know, let's see if we can fix this way. Because people, we talk about Luke not believing in Marvin or anything like that. I don't know what it was. Like, it may be a little bit of a shell shock and, you know, he don't want to put himself in that situation. I remember specifically Jason Jones talking about how after Marvin's rookie year, Luke's first year, he was like, they centered a ton of the offense around Marvin Bagley. Like, it was going to be De'Aaron and Marvin and a lot of the Marvin show. And Marvin goes down with the injury on the first game of the season and could never really stay consistent after that. You go into the second season and maybe Luke is in a situation where he's like, I can't, right now, I can't invest that much into him again because he's not here. So we'll give him these minutes. We'll let him feel his way in. Maybe around the All-Star break, if he shows that he can stay healthy, then we can do more, fourth quarters, things of that nature. Plus, he's got to work on his game. He's got to get better. But maybe it was one of those situations where he was like, I can't dive all the way back into the Marvin Bagley bag because it almost torpedoed our season before by no fault of his, but just the fact that he's not able to stay healthy. So a lot of things at work, man.
Yeah, that's you. There's a lot to digest there with what you just said. I'm really thinking too about the. You didn't use this word. I'm going to use it. The buffer, like between Marvin and Luke, essentially being Doug Christie. Like you can't talk to Luke a certain way. You could talk to Doug. You can get that frustration out, and Doug will listen. I've done it. You can, like, Doug will listen and will calmly talk to you about whatever your issue is. Right. I mean, I think that's a great perspective right there from a former player like yourself who had to deal with a number of different head coaches, that you can't always go to the head coach and bark up that tree. Sometimes you have to go to the assistant. Sometimes, hell, there are times in the past, Al Biancani used to, just talking about him earlier, to tell us that sometimes they came to him because he'd listen. Yeah. All right. And he would talk you down through it.
Yeah. And there's a certain level of, if you're the head coach and you don't do something right, you gonna start yelling and cursing. And some people can take the yelling and cursing and just keep it moving. You know what I mean? And it's not a big deal. Or it depends on the day. Some days you're cool hearing it. Some days you don't want to hear it as a player. Like, I ain't trying to hear all that today. I'm going to snap back at you, or I'm going to tune you out, or I'm going to wave you off. And then that's where Doug Christie comes into play when you're on the side after practice. Like, look, man, this is what he's trying to get across to you. You got to be here. Like, you were wrong. You got to be here. You got to do this way. This is what we're looking for. And that's not all. I know people don't necessarily understand this all the time, but that's not Luke's job. That's what the assistants are there for, to break that down. Luke will tell you in the moment, this is what I need, and you better get over the yelling and everything because I need you to do it this way. The assistants and some of these other guys that are buffers, like you talked about, that's their job to be like, hey, let's talk about this right now.
James tweeted a picture. The caption says, "The King's Brain Trust is in the gym today." And I clicked on the picture only for the purpose of reading the comments below. Our man Pete Youngman, right out the gate, tweets the Prince gif where he's just shaking his head. And for those who can't see the picture, I'll just tell you, there's someone in the picture who probably doesn't need to be there. Yeah. We'll step out. We'll come back. You know who would be great for the San Francisco 49ers? Tom Brady. But Kyle Shanahan's too big of an offensive genius to allow that to happen.
Oh, that's how you feel? Let's go. Let's go, Damian. Damn it.
We'll explain what we're talking about here. As D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station. Kings Talk isn't over, by the way. I know you have some concerns about De'Aaron, Tyrese, and Davion, and the pressures kind of put on them. We've been talking about it privately for a few days. I want to bring that conversation to the air. Will Griffiths is going to join us. Lots more Kings coverage ahead here as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Boy, Pete Youngman did not disappoint.
Man.
Right out the gate.
We all saw what everybody saw.
Is that Joe in the mask? Is that who that is?
Yeah, I think that's Joe. I don't know who that guy is standing up, though. It might just be, front office.
Oh, that's security.
Oh, that's the security guy?
Yeah, that's security next to Alex. Yeah, the PR guy. Well, that's not his title. He's like the director. But yeah, I think that's security, and I forgot my man's name. Apologies to my brother, who I've seen for probably a decade now. Boy, Joel really letting it fly today, huh? Kamara sent me something. I was like, Kamara, that's cap, bro. Like, this is like Joel is full of crap.
Joel is just he's saying what it is.
But it's not, though. Like, you really blaming Ben Simmons for Jimmy Butler leaving? Like, stop it. Stop it.
I've heard that.
Boy.
I've heard that. See, that's what I'm saying. It is murky in Philadelphia. Like, to this day, they don't really know what happened there. And there's a lot of different theories. And what he's alluding to is, some people believe that Jimmy wanted to come back and be the primary ball handler. And they're like, no, Ben Simmons is the guy. So Jimmy's like, well, I'm leaving if I'm not the primary ball handler. And they let him walk because they wanted Ben Simmons to be primary ball handler. That's one school of thought that's out there. So it's not like when I read, at least what I read from Joel, it comes off as like beef. Like Ben was like, "Nah, get him out of here." I don't know if it was Ben, but yeah, yeah, that one's interesting. No need to talk about it though today. I don't know what Joel felt the need to bring that up for. Got a whole lot of money in this.
Joel with perhaps the quote of the century. I don't get on the scale. It's not good for my mental health. Now you're saying something I can relate to, fam. Now you're saying something I can relate to.
I love that the Kings
Man,
have these banners in the practice facility.
Mm-hmm.
So naked, so inconsequential, but you know, homage to the success that they've had before.
Oh boy,
Did I miss the Aces and Mercury didn't play last night? Did they? They played tonight?
Yeah, they played
one the other night, but
yes, indeed. Tonight at 7.
then the game that was
7 o'clock
was the one I missed. The
Sky. Yeah, that was a fight. I did it this morning since I pissed it away last week.
I got to get mine because I got to take this easy point. I need this easy point tonight.
I'm not sure. I thought about it. I thought about going Urban and Trevor. I didn't.
Yeah, no need to even think about that.
I didn't.
The Bengals about to be 3-1.
As Jesse just reminded us, if you're in the D-Lo and KC Pick'em League, make sure you get your picks in tonight, or you'll be stupid like I was last week. Whereas Kenny said at 12 o'clock, yo, we got to get your picks in for the game tonight. Like, Kenny, going to need you to say that again at 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock comes and goes. Kenny doesn't say nothing.
I didn't say it. Yeah, that's
5:22. 5:22. It's like, oh, I got to make my picks. Couldn't make my pick. Cutoff time, 5:20.
Well,
Lost
while
my
we're
easy
here,
point last week.
Cody Rogers, first place.
That's Cole. Right
That's
on,
Cole.
Cole.
First place with 34. Some other guys in here. Rob W, second place. Roddy's in second place.
It's good stuff.
Dr. David is in third place.
Okay, why don't we stop there?
No, we can keep going.
I don't think
Mr. Tapia is tied for third.
It's the football brain. Yep.
Let's see who else we got in here.
He is a Dolphins fan too. Why don't you just stop? I think that's what you should do, is just stop looking at the standings and we'll keep it moving here. So you see, this is fine. This is a good segue. This is fine. No, it's fine. Because here we are. We're an hour and 18 minutes into the show. We've been laughing way too much. We've been having way too much fun. So yeah, no, this is the perfect opportunity for you to turn heel and to get back into the, let's talk about Kyle Shanahan heel, so we can fight.
Turn heel or you turn heel?
You turn heel. I wasn't looking
at Hogan with the red and yellow.
I wasn't looking at the stats. I was minding my own business. I was trying to tell the people in the D-Lo and KC Pick'em Pool to get their picks in. I'm the baby face. I'm saying, hey guys, Jesse just reminded us, get your picks in. And then Kenny's like, oh, while we're here, let's look at the standings. And well, who asked for that?
Y'all want to get that. Y'all probably want to get that easy win in tonight. You don't want to miss that point for those that are trying to, get their weight up in the league.
Yeah, I thought about it. I thought about going Urban and Trevor.
Yes,
didn't.
It's a good call by you. Because that's easy work.
Yeah, I feel like it is too. It's the Joe Burrow show tonight on Thursday Night Football. By the way, the Bengals and the Jaguars.
Hold on now. Hold on now.
Give it to him. Go ahead.
Gonna put some butts in the seat.
Indeed, it will.
I'm watching the Giants tonight.
I may continue my power rewatch tonight and put the Giants on the on the iPad there. Which I say that every week. I'm watching the game. Like I say that every week. I'm putting the game on the television.
Oh man,
I am.
They got about an hour and 45 minutes of my undivided attention. Although WNBA playoffs are on.
Ooh, that's at 7. Yep.
But the whatchamacall played before, right?
Oh, they're at 5. Sky in Connecticut. Yeah, they're at 5. Yeah.
So I don't know, man. Like does it count if I just turn to see what's going on? That doesn't count as me watching it.
The football game?
Yeah.
Well, what? No, but why don't you put it on one of the other 7 TVs that you have? You could watch it all at the same time.
I may be protesting.
Oh, okay, that's solid.
Stop with this nonsense on Thursday.
That'll teach him. Are you going to protest the 49ers for not attempting to acquire Tom Brady or no?
No, absolutely not. Why would I do that?
Well,
why would I do that?
Well, we were talking about the It's Better to Be Feared book by Seth Wickersham of ESPN.
Seth, boy, I don't know what Seth is going to do when Brady and Belichick retire.
Well, he wrote a book. He's gonna. I got to be honest.
What are you gonna write about then when they gone?
Well,
ain't this the 3rd book?
Man, that's what I'm saying. With this book, with some of the notes that he got. Are we sure that this isn't Tom Brady's biography?
That's a good call. That's what he's going to do. That's a good call.
Are we positive this isn't Brady's like authorized biography? He's just kind of operating in the back. Like the detail in the book on some specific stories, namely the one involving the San Francisco 49ers, is just that. It is extremely detailed. So the latest story, again, as everybody is painfully aware of, it is the Bucs and the Patriots this week, which I get somehow makes a matchup of a quarterback versus a head coach. It's Brady versus Belichick. It's Brady back in New England for the first time, and ESPN, being the PR machine that it is, says we're going to have one of our guys write a book, and we're going to drop a bunch of experts right before that game. We're going to get everybody talking. And we had a couple of nuggets, Eric Mangini and Bill Belichick nearly getting in a fist fight, and some Deflategate stuff, some Roger Goodell stuff. But for the San Francisco 49er fans, this is perhaps the most interesting. Tom Brady called Wes Welker in the offseason, who was the San Francisco 49ers wide receivers coach, and said he wanted to finish his career in the Bay Area. He said his contract demand was simple. He wanted 2 years, $50 million. He said he wouldn't hit free agency. There would be no bidding war. It would be over. He would join the San Francisco 49ers.
Mm-hmm.
According to the book and people who have reported on it, Kyle Shanahan had his assistant coaches go watch Brady's film from the 2019 season and provide their evaluations. And according to the book, the 49ers coaches liked Brady's film and concluded that Brady was only marginally better than Jimmy Garoppolo. And Kyle Shanahan made the decision that we're going to go ahead and ride with Jimmy Garoppolo, and which begs the question: was Tom Brady talking about Jimmy Garoppolo on the shop? Now, I want to go back to that clip because Tom Brady said, well, I wasn't going to go there anyways, but really, you're going to keep that? And I can't remember if he said that MFer. I can't remember exactly what the wording was, but I remember it got everybody's attention. It was legitimately a 15-second long clip. But he ended it with, I wasn't going to go to that team anyways, but that made me think, it's not the 49ers. He would have come to the 49ers. Now I think he was lying. Now I think he was talking about Jimmy Garoppolo.
So you think that,
it up by saying
that was about Jimmy? Because I remember specific, and there ain't no rub it in your face type. That's not what I'm trying to do. I remember specifically you had come to the conclusion that he was not talking about Jimmy.
No, but because of the line at the end. I mean, I wasn't going to go there anyways. But who else is he talking about? Like what team? Like what team were you really talking to? Like in serious consideration? And I know that we threw out a team, and I can't remember what team it was, but I know we came to whether it was the Bears and Mitchell Trubisky. I don't remember what it was, but I know we had come to some sort of conclusion on who we thought it might be.
Yeah.
But it seems like he was It seems like he had his heart set on well, it doesn't seem like he clearly had his heart set on San Francisco, and Kyle Shanahan said no.
Yeah, well, I mean, the
great general manager, Kyle Shanahan, of course.
In 2019, he threw for 4,000 yards. I think he had 24 touchdowns on the season, 60% passing completion rate. He was still Tom Brady.
Mm-hmm.
I understand if you go and you get him and you do all that. But we also we can't have revisionist history. A lot of people, I'm not going to say everybody, but a lot of people thought Tom Brady was finished. Thought he was done. Now, you look at it in a situation where you're like, well, Tom Brady in New England, maybe he didn't have the weapons. We think about what we thought the 2020 49ers were going to be. I famously said they had the best roster in the game. You put Tom Brady with that, maybe you can get to work for 2 years and do some good things. And obviously, after what he did in Tampa Bay, he showed that if you put the right people around him, he can be super successful and win you a championship. But 2019, I love how people this morning are reading that like, oh my gosh, how could you not? Once again, we all thought Boyz II Men, end of the road for Tom Brady. That's what it was. And you had just come off a Super Bowl.
Okay, two things. You just said we thought we had hit the Boyz II Men, end of the road, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you just went through his numbers, which were all very good.
Mm-hmm.
In the vicinity of Jimmy's numbers that same year?
They were better than Jimmy's. I think Jimmy was like 30. He was close to 4,000, but he wasn't.
So they were in the vicinity. Like it wasn't like it was massively better, but they were they were in the vicinity.
Yep.
Okay. But that Super Bowl run, as I feel like we've acknowledged through the first couple of weeks, that Super Bowl run, it felt like Jimmy G was constantly in question. No.
Yeah, I felt like so watching.
And I know you disagree with the questions, but wasn't the conversation constantly there that, boy, Jimmy, I don't know, man. I don't know that he's good enough for this.
Watching the that was a conversation. That's what people were saying.
Okay.
Yes. Two real quick because I want to hear the rest of what you got. Brady, 24 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, 4,057 yards. Jimmy Garoppolo that year, 27 touchdowns, 13 interceptions, 39-78. So about the same.
Okay.
Better decision making as far as interception goes for Tom Brady.
I want to get further into this and ask you a very specific question about Tom Brady, but I want to get to Daniel first. 916-349-1320 if you want to get in on the conversation. Daniel, what's happening, baby?
Guys.
What's going on, man?
The quarterback whisperer. Okay, I understand you don't want an old Brady on your team. You have your coaches look at him. Are you really going to come out and say that he's better than Jimmy? That Jimmy is better than Brady? Are you serious? I mean, I'm coming from the perspective that I can't stand the Patriots. I don't like Brady, but I take him on my team. Dude, do you want to win a Super Bowl? What the hell is wrong with Shanahan? What is his deal in looking at talent when it comes to the wide receiver position or when it comes to the quarterback position? I'm starting to think there's really something wrong with this dude.
So Daniel, let me ask you, and I want to make sure I got this correct here with the quote. The Shanahan and the rest of the coaches, they said that they thought Brady was marginally better than Garoppolo, correct?
Correct.
So Daniel, you just said that he said that Garoppolo was better than Brady. He didn't say that. He said Brady was better, but it wasn't a whole lot at that particular time.
Yes, exactly. Okay, he's marginally better. Okay, now if I'm a regular Blow Joe fan, okay, and me, I look at the Patriots and what they have, the type of weapons that they have, the running backs, the wide receivers, and he comes to San Francisco, you're the quarterback guru, you're the quarterback whisperer, and you're going to give him those types of weapons, and you still think, you know what, I'll take Jimmy over Brady.
So I'll also ask you this, Daniel, and I'll ask you this, Damien, as well. All the weapons that you talk about the 49ers had coming into the 2020 season, did they have those weapons in 2020?
No, they didn't, but their weapons were a hell of a lot better than what the Patriots had.
Oh, they were?
Well, wait a minute.
They were? You know, George Kittle missed like 8 games. You know, Deebo Samuel played like 3 games.
I think they.
With that.
Okay.
Yeah,
right.
the Patriots were pretty bad last year.
Okay.
Thanks, Daniel. We appreciate you. Yeah,
I'm just checking here.
No, I understand, but okay. So here's another question for you. Keep everything else the same. The Nick Bosa, which we've regularly talked about being the biggest injury of last year. Kittle, Mostert, Tevin Coleman, Campbell, do all of it. It's fine, all the same. But you have Tom Brady, thus you have a healthy quarterback. How is last year marginally different, drastically different, not different at all?
If they have
a healthy quarterback,
if they have a healthy quarterback, it's different. It's different.
Okay.
Now, that's also assuming that Jimmy Garoppolo is not going to be playing. Because if they had, people are like, if they had Tom Brady, they would have made the playoffs last year. I think if they had Jimmy Garoppolo, they would have made the playoffs last year. They didn't have Jimmy. They were a game or two out with Mullins. So whatever, even if you think Jimmy Garoppolo sucks, I think it'd be foolish to be like he's not as good as, or he's not better than Nick Mullins.
Yeah, Jimmy Garoppolo doesn't suck, but he's not as good as Tom Brady.
No, he's not. But is he better than Nick Mullins?
Significantly.
So the argument is
I don't. So the difference is, yes, I don't think they would have made the playoffs with Jimmy Garoppolo healthy.
Really?
No, I do not.
Wow.
I do not.
Well, where we.
But it's also we're also doing
different.
we're also doing the Marvin Bagley game with Jimmy Garoppolo. Oh, how different things would be if Marvin Bagley was healthy. Well, Jimmy Garoppolo, part of his issue, it's not like it was a one-off last year. You have readily admitted part of his issue is he can't stay healthy. So if you have Tom Brady back there, I do think you have I don't think it's a drastically different team, but Tom Brady has made a lot of receivers look like something they are not. People questioning whether Julian Edelman is a Hall of Famer is still the dumbest football conversation that I think has happened in history. And Tom Brady made that happen.
So I'll ask you this about Jimmy Garoppolo. Going into 2019, was the narrative that Jimmy can't, or 2020, was the story, the narrative that Jimmy Garoppolo can't stay healthy?
No, I don't think that was the story.
Right. So we get in 20, when that situation, we've got to use that context. Now, after seeing Jimmy miss a ton of a whole nother year, now it's like, well, yeah, you can't rely on him. That's why you go get Trey Lance, or if you can do it again, you go get Tom Brady. But at the time, it wasn't Jimmy can't stay healthy. If anything, it was Jimmy's tough as nails. Look, he just played 19 straight games, took a lot of hits and all this other stuff.
Fair enough. Let's try this. We're 3 weeks into the new season. You confident in Jimmy Garoppolo?
Confident in what? Like to win it? I still think they can win a Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo. Yeah, I'm confident in that.
Okay. I don't have a rebuttal then. I'll just let that ride and go to what my original question was, because I thought I had a partner a day or two ago who I think even on Monday we're like, oh, I got ask me about it tomorrow.
You're right. I'm starting that now. The confidence is waning. I'm not disputing that. Okay. I'm not disputing that. I'm sitting there like, I don't know how confident. You didn't ask me how confident I was.
Okay, my bad. All right, I got it.
Questions arising, but if you told me right now, this could change on Monday after what I see. But if you told me right now, Kyle Shanahan says, look, we're never changing. It's Jimmy, if he's healthy, and that's what we're doing all year. I still think they got enough to make a Super Bowl, even with Jimmy.
Okay. Let's try this, because we're all prisoners of the moment, whether we like to admit it or not. We love revisionist history. We love looking at things in hindsight. in retrospect to Brady, if last year is exactly the same, except the Chiefs win that last game of the season, does anyone look at this and go, because I think 49er fans are looking at this today going, dude, seriously? We had heard these rumors, like, really? Like, he wanted to come here. Like, it's not that they investigated. It's not like that they talked about it a little. It's not like they, poked around through sources. No, Tom Brady literally said, I want to finish my career in San Francisco. And I think there are fans looking at this like, God bless it, man. How many L's does Kyle Shanahan have to take between Jimmy Garoppolo, between this Tom Brady thing? Why did he ride? Blah, 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 blah. Is that all because he won the last game of the season? Again, everything exactly the same, except they don't beat the Chiefs. Does it still have the same impact today? Does this story that came out still have the same impact on the 49ers? 49er fans, I mean.
I think it's not exactly the same, but it has a big impact. Because if he did all that and took the Bucs to the Super Bowl, win or lose, I'm sure 49er fans will be thinking, well, we were good more talented than the Bucs. We could have got there. So, but at the same time, the one thing that I get hung up on, and if I'll tell you like this, if they had made the decision to go with Tom Brady at that time, and they, let's just say they don't win a Super Bowl, I wouldn't look at it as a failure. Like, say if they lost in the second round of the playoffs last year with Tom Brady, it wouldn't be a failure. They went for the gusto, didn't work. They didn't get the Super Bowl, but it's fine. But the thing that sticks in my head is I don't think we can discount what happened. Like, last year wasn't last year for the 49ers because Jimmy Garoppolo wasn't Tom Brady. Like, that was one of a ton of problems.
So, and I remember talking about this in the moment, or maybe more so, like, once it was clear 49er season is done. Like, this isn't happening for them. But it becomes an unknown. And that's and I think that's some of Kings fans' frustration with Marvin Bagley, or with the Marvin Bagley situation, maybe more so than the player, is that it still feels like an unknown because of his injuries.
Right.
We think he's good. He could potentially be great. We know he has some flaws. We know he'll probably get better. He spends more time on the, but none of this ever happens. With the 49ers last year, we know that they're coming off a Super Bowl. We got the big revenge tour. We're excited, all of these different things, but it remains like a big unknown. And of course, this is an if. It's a big if.
Yeah.
But they could have stunk last year with everybody healthy. Whether that's likely or not, again, it's unknown. It's last year is an unanswered question. How were the 49ers going to follow up the Super Bowl year? Well, we know, but we really don't, because everybody got hit.
But you really don't know, and you never will. I got to get that drop.
I don't even know what that's from.
Jim Mora.
Oh, jeez. Oh, my gosh. I'm all for more Jim Mora drops. I'm all for that. But the fact is, we don't know. We have no idea. Nick Bosa could have had number 97 could have had a down year. Jimmy Garoppolo could have been throwing the ball all over the place. Raheem Mostert, he could have been healthy. Maybe he never got off the ground. Maybe Brandon Ayuk couldn't figure it out. Maybe because Jimmy Garoppolo couldn't get in sync, Deebo Samuel could never get in sync. Again, these are all what ifs, and I understand that those are big what ifs, because a healthy 49ers group leads you more to believe, this would have been a really good football team. Right. But we've seen really good football teams fail before for one reason or another. It's the question mark of the whole thing. Tom Brady, it's part of the question mark as well. How would the team have been different if Tom Brady was here? How would the team have been different if Tom Brady was the starting quarterback for 16 games, even if everything else went wrong for them? Would guys have gotten hurt? Would George Kittle have gotten hurt if Tom Brady was the quarterback versus if Jimmy Garoppolo was the quarterback? I mean, these are all questions that you can ask, and unfortunately, they're all questions we're never going to know the answer to. Right. But when football, heading into this year, and thank God it's over, 17-0. This team could go 20-0 on the way to Brady's 8th Super Bowl. Point being, people thought really highly of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They would have thought really highly. I mean, if I'm a 49er fan, I'm looking at this like, man, still could have drafted Trey Lance in the process. I mean, of course, now Brady's talking about playing till he's 50, and he might have gotten upset if you drafted Trey Lance, but it's whatever. I don't know. I get 49ers fans' frustration with this story today.
Yeah.
And it's compounded by the fact they're coming off a loss. As good of a game as it was, they're coming off a loss.
Yeah, that has a lot to do with it. I'm looking at the Bucs schedule from last year.
Oh, okay. I thought you were looking at it from this year. I was like, oh, boy.
No, I'm looking at, like this is also part of the issue as well. I'm looking here and I'm trying to make sure that I got this correct. They had one win against a team with a winning record last year. They beat Green Bay at home. Other than that, they lost twice to New Orleans. They lost to the Rams. They lost to the Chiefs. And then, if I'm reading this correctly, that's the only teams they played with a record over 500. So we know at the very least, they was playing at least 4 games against teams over 500 if he was with the 49ers playing the Rams and the Seahawks. And then I think at the time when he would have been playing Arizona, they would have been over 500 for that second game. So it is so many different factors. You know what I mean? That's going on.
Including this one that Josue brings up. Who would Tom Brady have brought with him to the 49ers? Because he brought people with him to the Bucs.
Probably Gronk would have came.
Probably AB too.
Probably
the same exact people. Yeah, probably the same exact people.
Absolutely. So it's just there's so many things. Like even with Tom Brady, I say all the time with that Tampa Bay team. Tom Brady threw 3 interceptions in the NFC Championship game. Tom Brady threw some bad interceptions in that NFC Championship game. That's why I always put that a little bit more on Aaron Rodgers. Talk about the defense and
did they win that game though?
Tampa Bay won, yeah.
Oh,
yeah. But if I'll put it to you like this, if Jimmy Garoppolo don't throw no pass, and they're like, well, that's a sign that you got to get rid of him. Like he don't even make no mistakes and don't throw no passes, and they win by 45 points, damn near running the ball for 300 yards, and it's like, well, the first thing they talk about is, well, he didn't throw no passes.
It's true. He gets the Rex Grossman treatment.
Ooh, Rex Grossman.
It's extreme, but that's the conversation. Is you're going to have to win a different way. You're gonna that was the narrative. You're going to have to win a different way. Even though I thought Jimmy had some games where he played pretty well. We'll continue this, and I found more evidence that Kyle Shanahan stinks as a general manager. But you know what? We're getting along so well. Maybe we'll table that for another day. I don't know.
No. I want that. I want to hear it.
Maybe we should talk Seahawks as well. And I got something for you to think about. One reason you think the Kings will be a postseason team, and one reason you think they won't. We'll have that coming up here as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I can't wait to get to school each day. I don't know why that. I have no idea why. I don't know why. I've legit been listening to that song since I was like 9.
Yeah. 2nd grade. No, maybe 1st grade. I was on the playground singing that song, recreating a video.
Oh, yeah. Thinking about the girl you were singing it to.
Yeah. I have not.
Yes. I have seen it. I watched the last episode recently. Yeah. It's weird. It's so weird. I was watching that episode, and do you know how The Sopranos ends, right?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard about it.
So I watched the whole episode, but when they get to the restaurant, I still found like my heart beating fast. Like I still like knew like what felt like a big conclusion was coming. And I remember as the music's playing and Tony's looking around, I just remember sitting there like, wow, is my heartbeat? Why am I anxious for this? Like I know what's about to happen and it's literally nothing. But there's I don't know, there's such a feel to watching that last episode. Don't let that sway you. It's worth watching. There are some slow points in it, as I think they're all series. But
did we ever get a definitive reason to what that was, or did they just always leave it up to people?
Yes and no. Like the director, especially after James Gandolfini. By the way, The Sopranos Saturday night, the prequel joint. Yeah.
What's that? Is that on HBO Max or something like that?
Yeah. He said the director said when he died, he probably won't even talk about it anymore. Like the ending is there. He's like, there's no FU, there's no just crazy, like everything you need to know is there. And that leads me to believe, I mean, it's tough. I mean, everybody has their own, he did. So Will Griffith, he says he definitely gave a definitive reasoning as to what it meant. Cause I've never heard that. I heard him say everything is there that gives like, it's not like a cliffhanger ending. Like it's an ending to the show. And my belief is he got hit.
That's what makes sense to me.
That's
I didn't watch the show, but that's what makes sense.
I don't believe that is accurate. I don't believe that that's accurate at all. There's no way that that's accurate. I know. James Gandolfini. No, I do not think that that's accurate. Let's see what we can find here in the old Google. HBO reportedly paid James Gandolfini to turn down a role in The Office. Let's see. A couple years removed. According to the Talking Sopranos podcast, which is hosted by two of the former stars, we weren't far away from a reality where Gandolfini was a Dunder Mifflin regional manager. In an interview with Ricky Gervais, the star of the UK's The Office, the comedian had been praising Steve Carell. They talked about having Gandolfini at one point replace him. Okay. So, no. So this makes much more sense. No, he wasn't going to play the role of Michael Scott. He was going to be in after Michael left, and they brought in James Spader. They did like Will Ferrell was there for a couple of episodes. That makes much more sense. I still find that hard to believe, but given who did the show, sure. You really do get a lot of terrific, useless information over on the YouTube stream.
For sure. I don't find it useless. I learn a little something all the time.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, all knowledge is good. I mean, but ultimately, you're not. What are you going to do with the fact that HBO paid James Gandolfini to not appear on The Office after Michael Scott left?
The next party I attend, I'm going to bring that up.
Well, it's probably going to be here, so definitely bring that up. And then you could follow it up with, I've actually never seen The Office. Well, I'm sorry, I've seen 3 episodes.
That would not be truthful.
I've seen 3 episodes of The Office. You could tell everybody that. And then you'll get the side eye. There's probably a lot of people who come over that haven't seen The Office. Now that I think about it, I should just have it playing in the background,
like it's a store.
Yeah, right.
Endless loop.
That's right. Just let it ride. Next episode until the well, I guess it's not on Netflix anymore. I don't know if Peacock has the. Are you still watching? That's the most offensive thing too when that pops up. Yes, I'm still watching. I don't care that it's been 3.5 hours. Play the next episode.
I mean,
Sure.
You haven't done anything for the last 3.5 hours. You haven't paused it. Pause. Oh, let me go pop this popcorn or something like that. You're just trying to make sure. Conserving energy. That's all it is. Conserving energy.
Feels
just like
judgment.
Energy Upgrade California tells us to do. Power down between 4 and 9.
I didn't know that till Jazz told me to stop doing my laundry after the show.
Yeah, you got to chill with that. Between 4 and 9, those are peak hours. We're trying to power down as much as possible.
That's
between 4 and 9.
That's such trash. So we got to power down between 4 and 9. So basically, when people get home from work and need to do their chores at home, don't do them.
Do them after 9 o'clock.
Well, most sane people want to go to bed, like me.
Well, I mean, look, do you want the energy in California to be at the best it could be, or do you want to suck the energy out of this place, load by load of clothes?
Man, what a great segue back to the 49ers conversation we were just having. That's solid. You want to suck the energy out of this place, or I don't remember what you said as the follow-up. I was just trying to get us back to the 49ers. You want to talk about the 49ers and Seahawks now? Or do you want me to give you some more reasons why Kyle Shanahan
and hatred?
No, I do not hate Kyle Shanahan at all. I was just I check in with our man Kyle Madsen every day over at NinersWire.com. Of course, Kyle will be with us tomorrow and just take a look at some of the things that he's written on the 49ers over the course of the last day or two. Make sure I'm caught up on everything that pertains to the team that we cover. And he wrote a piece about how the 49ers 2021 draft class isn't really working out in the best way imaginable. Now, obviously, the centerpiece of that class is Trey Lance. Trey Lance not starting, okay, it's a discussion that's going to be had until he's either starting or the season's over. But there's a series of things after that are a little bit interesting. They traded back in the second round. That's fine. But it's when you get into like Aaron Banks, I was really hyped for Trey Sermon. I'm not giving up on Trey Sermon. We're only talking 3 games. We're clearly only talking 3 games, but hasn't really worked out well. As a matter of fact, he wasn't good enough to crack the top 3 line to start the season. And then you probably could even question, was he good enough to crack the top 3 the next week if Raheem Mostert was still healthy? Did he crack the top 3 by default? You just start looking around and you go, man, so far they might have missed on some of these picks.
It certainly seems like it. Ambry Thomas as well. That's a miss so far.
And that's a position that you couldn't afford to miss at.
Yeah.
I mean, is that fair?
Yeah. I mean, I
given
I feel like all of them you can't afford to miss that.
Sure.
You know
I got you.
You're thinking these guys, you got to hit. But this goes into something that we talked about yesterday with Kyle Shanahan, and you talk about how he's the guy. He's the straw that stirs the drink. Everything begins and ends with Kyle Shanahan. Didn't you say in agreement with me that coming into this season, this roster is loaded?
Yeah.
Who gets credit for that?
Well,
these are all his people.
Yeah, I was wrong.
So it's not loaded no more?
Well, apparently not.
What do you mean apparently not?
Who was the guy I was so hyped to see this year? It was Trey Sermon.
That was your fault.
Okay, first of all, kiss my ass. Second of all, that went into my whole thinking that the roster's loaded. I was wrong. If I was wrong about Trey Sermon, shoot, Raheem Mostert's already gone.
But that's not his fault.
It doesn't matter. Well, Trey Sermon is his fault.
Trey Sermon is his fault.
He should have known.
And I don't think Trey Sermon, I'm not as big on Trey Sermon after seeing him in the preseason. But I want to be fair. It's only been 3 games. He's played 2. So maybe he'll end up being as good. Because I'm not going to leave you out there on the ledge. When they drafted him during the draft, I was, leading up to training camp, I was like, yo, I like Trey Sermon. Like, I think he can go. And I just saw him in the preseason. I wasn't impressed at all. And I haven't really been that impressed since he played. But maybe, he needs to learn the NFL game a little bit. Maybe he'll turn it around. But that would be a miss. Aaron Banks can't get on the field because of injury. That's a miss as well. Like I said, Ivory Thomas. And who is it? They got another guy, too, that can't play right now.
That was the crux of Kyle's article. San Francisco made 3 picks in the top 100, all of them offensive players, and through 3 games, they've played a combined 48 offensive snaps. Their first 5 selections have managed to get on the field for just 47 snaps, including 2 who haven't played at all, and another who was a healthy scratch in weeks 2 and 3.
So this was also part of the thing that we talked about yesterday with Kyle Shanahan, and you talk about, they got holes in the secondary, and that's on him that they didn't patch up that hole. Who in the NFL doesn't have a hole? Doesn't have a area where there's a weakness? Like that happens in the NFL.
Yeah.
Even the Chiefs have a hole in the when they were winning the when they were winning Super Bowls. There was things that wish they could be better here, or they could be exposed here, or whatever the case may be. It happens. Secondary seems to be the 49ers right now. Running back is by default because they've lost their 3 best running backs. So now that's an issue.
You were listening this morning. I wasn't. We might have to get Bonte and Joe on.
They're the D-Lo and KC of this Kyle Shanahan debate.
I'm getting that.
Done.
I'm getting that. Bonte is me. And you're Butcher Boy, and I don't think that's a surprise to anybody who knows either of those 2 people. But this tweet caught my attention because Butcher Boy responded to it and tagged Bonte in it. And the tweet reads as this, and I want to know if you agree with this, because I don't know who Jordan Elliott is, but this tweet makes me want to punch him. I didn't think this needed to be said, but apparently it does. The tweet reads, there are maybe 5 teams in the entire league who would take their current head coach over Kyle Shanahan. Most organizations would be frantically scrambling to get that man in their building if they ever had the chance.
So this is where I believe you and Damian, before I even start that segment, that what I'm about to say. Maybe you remember this, maybe you don't. Do you remember me saying I can understand how people outside of Niner fans could be so sick of hearing about Kyle Shanahan?
Yes. I remember you saying that.
I get it because I think Peter King wrote something and I was like, I like him too, Peter, but calm down. Relax. So I 100% get that. This is one of those comments. Like if you want to say that other teams would take them over their current head coach, that's fine. But the frantically going around, like, relax. Like, yes, he's better than Matt Nagy, but just calm down. Like, nobody, it's not office. It's happening. It's happening. It's not that going on, I don't think, for the 27 other teams or 28 other teams in the league if Kyle Shanahan was on the board. I think he's a good coach. I think he has flaws. I think he has shortcomings that frustrate me from time to time. But Elliott is right in there isn't a lot of guys that if Kyle Shanahan was on the trade block, there's not a lot of teams that would say, no, I'm going to pass on him. I'm going to keep my guy.
Like he did with Tom Brady. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He is Kenny Kyle Caraway. I am Damian Barling. We appreciate you so much for being with us. You want to get in on the phone lines? You can, 916-349-1320. We'll talk a lot more about the 49ers and the Seahawks tomorrow. It is a 49ers Friday, and I know KC's working on a couple of guests for us to jump in here tomorrow. We've got a guest today, Will Griffith at the King's Herald. Excited to talk to Will. And judging by the chat here, Will, a fellow Sopranos fans. We were talking about the Sopranos during the last commercial break as young producer Jesse has started the Sopranos over there on HBO Max.
Still never seen it.
Never seen a single episode?
No. Matter of fact, actually, I take this back. This guy that used to live, my next door neighbor, a long time ago, when I was in Sac originally, I was over his house. He had like video game system or something. We were watching it, and he had the Sopranos on the big screen TV, and he was watching the Sopranos. I was like, oh, I'll check this out. And the scene that I saw is they literally curb stomp somebody. And I was like, oh, whoa,
yeah,
whoa.
There's some.
I was like, I ain't that interested. Maybe I'll go back and watch it.
I'm sorry. Have you seen Kane? Have you seen the Menace to Society?
Wow.
Do you remember what led to Kane's demise at the end of Menace to Society?
Yeah.
That was a close-up shot of a curb stomp.
He just beat him up.
Man, yeah.
That was a curb, like put your mouth on the curb.
Oh, yes, I remember that scene.
Yeah,
I remember that scene. Yeah, it was intense.
But I did watch Raising Kanan too. Maybe that was wild scenes up in there.
Oh, man.
So I think I'll go back at some point and watch The Sopranos. Maybe I'll start with the prequel that's coming out. And I'll
Saturday night. Yeah.
But yeah, I've rewatched The Wire before I watched The Sopranos.
Okay. I've been thinking about rewatching The Wire. I think I tried to rewatch The Wire once, and then I got to the Michael B. Jordan scene. I am not doing this.
Tough,
I was like, I'm good. I'm out. Like, I'm not. I went through this once. I'm not going through this again.
Yeah, that was tough.
Yeah, that was. I don't think I ever had an emotional reaction to a scene. Like, not like emotional, like I was crying. Like it was an introspective. Like, what am I doing? What am I watching? I don't think I could do this. And I walked away from. Of course, I finished the series, but that was tough. That was tough.
It wasn't as emotionally tough as that scene, but spoiler alert, in Raising Kanan at the beginning when they had to get rid of Kanan's friend, and they basically the thing was give him the best night of his life before we do what we got to do.
Yeah,
it's like Jesus.
Yeah, that
was cold blooded.
Yeah. The difference with I sniffed that one out. It was like,
oh yeah,
okay. That the Wire one was, man, that one hits different. Still, like, I'm quite confident Michael B. Jordan is fine. Like he's very good.
Lori Harvey, he's doing very fine.
He's very good. But that boy. Oh, let's move along here. Again, plenty of 49ers coverage tomorrow coming on 49ers Friday. Kings resuming training camp here today.
I was going to say there is 49ers talk coming tomorrow. It is Seahawks week. We had a lot of people in the chat talking about, if they lose on Sunday, watch the fire Kyle Shanahan takes come out from KC. Calm down. I
don't think that's about that.
Let's relax. But this is a big game on Sunday. I do look at this as I don't want to jump out the window and be like a swing game for the season, but it's a big game. You don't want to go 2-2, lose 2 in a row at home. It almost negates everything that you just did to start the season on the road. It's a divisional game. You got a team in Seattle who is on the ropes right now, and you have an opportunity to maybe get them out of the way. They got a tough little stretch too. They go Niners, Rams, Cardinals, I think, over the next 3 games. So if you can start that off with kind of getting them in the wrong direction, and that's one less team you probably have to worry about in the NFC West. So it's big on that front. And then for yourself, like you said, if you can go 3-1 as opposed to 2-2, that's big. I say all that to say George Kittle did not practice again today.
Oh,
and I'm not happy about that.
Yikes.
I'm actually looking like DJ Academics right now inside because of George Kittle not practicing.
Kyle said yesterday, oh, we think he should be ready by Sunday. All righty. It's Thursday. I'll be more concerned if he doesn't practice tomorrow.
Part of me wants to say, like, hey, we know what it is. It's a calf. George Kittle doesn't need to practice.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? If he's going to say, I'll be fine for game time, just limit me during the week.
Yeah.
Fine. We get it. But, yeah, I need George Kittle to be all right, man. It'll be all right.
We'll monitor the situation. We'll keep you updated on everything that's going on for sure. Practice continues for your Sacramento Kings today. Great videos coming out of practice from our man James Ham over on his Twitter account. You can check that. Of course, many of the Kings reporters tweeting some good stuff out there. But wanted to throw this one at you. This is a great idea. But we keep talking about postseason, and we keep talking about, you know, how this team could succeed and how it could fail. And some Kings fans are super optimistic. And I think most Kings fans who are optimistic right now are optimistic by nature. They were probably optimistic last year. And again, you know, the year before that, and they're going to support their favorite team by being optimistic. Then there's the pessimistic fans who think, oh, the roster, not enough change. Didn't get the, you know, the big home run pick. Shoot, we didn't even get the solid RBI double with the Lakers. You know, there was no Ben Simmons for the universal deal. There was no Pascal Siakam. Harrison is still here. He's not good enough. This player isn't good enough. Buddy Bagley, all of these different things that fans feel.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to narrow it down. Give me one reason that the Sacramento Kings will make the postseason this year. One legitimate reason, one legitimate storyline that you think could play out that would send the Sacramento Kings to the postseason this year.
I would say De'Aaron Fox is going to be one of the best 20 players in the league. And that is going to get him to the playoffs.
Okay.
He's going to be a top 20 guy. It might be a hot take for some of y'all, but I think De'Aaron Fox will be a top 20 guy. And that's going to be the reason. I'm putting quotations up. The reason, because if he was a top 30 guy, well, top 40 guy, you know, closer to 40, and they have the parts around him, it might not be enough. But him being elite, and you got guys like Halliburton, Rashawn Holmes, Harrison Barnes, those guys are good enough with Fox ascension into an all-star level player. I think that'll be enough to get them to the playoffs.
Okay. I'm going to put on my Kenny Caraway hat.
Upside
Marvin Bagley playing 70-plus games.
Oh, yeah.
Here's why. And you can call these hot takes. You can call these whatever you want to. You talk about De'Aaron being a top 20 player. Talk about Marvin. I believe if Marvin plays 70-plus games, he's improving, right? Like he's getting better while he's out there on the court. Let's go with worst case scenario in the scenario I presented. Say he doesn't get better and he stays the same. His production, solid. But you know what him being healthy eliminates? Luke Walton's need to scramble. Luke Walton's need to figure out, okay, what do I do with Marvin Bagley out? Okay, what do I do with Rashawn Holmes? Who do I slide into that position? Who picks up those minutes? What do I do with Tristan now that he's out? Does Tristan get more minutes? How do I balance all of this? There's less confusion, to use a word we were using earlier. There's less confusion the more Marvin is in the lineup. And that, let's bring back another word we've been using, continuity.
Continuity.
That brings more continuity to this team. The more continuity to this team, the more wins I think could be on the horizon for the Kings.
That's a good call. Absolutely. The other thing that I was thinking about, maybe this doesn't count as my one thing, but I don't think they're going to be the worst defense in the league.
Yeah.
Right? I think they'll be a middle of the pack defense, and that'll be good enough to get them into the playoffs.
They can't be, man.
No.
They just can't be. Because this whole thing is for naught if they're that bad of a defense again.
Mm-hmm.
Like the whole, like everything. The pessimistic Kings fans who are frustrated, they're validated.
Yeah.
Because the direction, the vision is clear. If we're talking about a defense like that again, every one of those pessimistic fans is 100% right. It wasn't enough. And go even further, it was the wrong direction.
I don't know if they're last in the league in defense again this year. I might not believe another word they ever say. I don't know how your focus is going to be defense since the summer, and you're out there that bad again on the defensive end. Some people gonna have to go.
I'm so sorry. We are going to interrupt this Kings program.
Oh boy.
Did you see the Super Bowl halftime show?
No.
Bruh. Dre, Mary, Snoop, Eminem, and Kendrick Lamar.
Wow.
Is this what Colin Kaepernick has been fighting for? This is what Cap took a knee for right here.
Wow.
Wow. Dr. Dre, Mary J. Blige, Snoop Dogg, Eminem, and Kendrick Lamar.
I have to use my media pass to go to the Super Bowl.
I'm sorry. Am I bugging? Is the Super Bowl in LA?
It is. Says SoFi.
Ooh, boy.
I'm not sure why Mary got in there, but
I'm not sure why Eminem is here either.
Well, yeah.
Mary, you need a singer.
They had to do what they had to do.
Say no more, dog. Say no more, dog. I got you. I got you. Okay. I
They
hear
had to
you.
do what they had to do there.
Woo! So we're doing the show from LA?
I think so.
Okay.
Radio.
All right. I'm down. Yeah. I'm down. Danny in San Francisco. Let's go.
Put in the request now.
Man. Oh, we don't need to go to the game, by the way. Just get us in for halftime.
Oh yeah, we'll be one of those people on the field.
Yeah.
All those screaming fans on the field.
Wow. So Kendrick's got to drop an album before the Super Bowl, doesn't he?
Or right after.
Oh, there you go. Okay. You know, Meek Mill drops one tomorrow.
I know. You know my boy Meek. You know, this is my boy Meek Millie. Meek Millie.
Sorry, there's some news that you just stop what you're talking about to bring. So you stop and you bring that across. We'll get back into the Kings conversation. And maybe you just gave your answer as to one reason that the Kings will miss the postseason when talking about their defense. But we'll dive further into that. You'll hear some things that Davion Mitchell has to say. And Kenny has some concerns about that Kings front court, about that Kings backcourt that we'll talk about here in just a few minutes as D'Lo and KC continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Yeah, got a little 13th round action. A little
I got you. Boom. And
13th round here with your man Kenny Caraway. And today I wanted to talk a little broad subject because this came up over the weekend with the Anthony Joshua, Alexander Usyk matchup. And it's about people who watch the fight and people who score the fight. And there's a difference. And what I mean by that is if I'm just watching a fight and I don't have the scorecard out or whatever the case may be, I'm looking at that Usyk fight and I'm like, yeah, he won the fight rather easily. He did what he had to do out there for, it seems like, virtually every round. Great game plan by him. Great execution. But if you score the fight, it's a lot closer than people realize. I'll be real with you guys. I had to fight 114. Now, when I say that, I understand that there's probably a round or two that I might have missed. I can understand somebody having it a round or two for Usyk that I had for AJ. But even then, that's like 2 rounds, 1 round. it's when you score the fight, it's not the domination that people try to make it out to be. So when you talk to people, and I talk to people on Twitter, and I'm like, yo, it's, I had a draw or whatever. What fight were you watching? Fam, there's a difference between watching the fight and scoring the fight. And I'm not like a huge CompuBox guy, but if you look at the CompuBox numbers round by round, they essentially match up with what I said. Give her to take 1 or 2 rounds. I'll give you another example. People were like, I think I gave round 1 to Usyk as well. But people were like, he dominated that round. One of the judges gave it to Joshua. What fight was he watching? That was a clear dominating round. Fam, the CompuBox had it 5-4. The punches landed. Like, it's not no domination in that respect. So I just want people to remember that. When they're arguing with people on Twitter, when you argue with me, there's a difference between watching the fight and scoring the fight. Some of you guys should try scoring the fight. It's the 13th round. Ding, ding. Yeah, Dr. David, I get it. Like I said, I end up having it as a draw, but there's probably a round that I might have missed or something like that. Yeah, George. About what? Like Marriott rewards points? I put on my jewelry just to go to the bodega. And I'm feeling safe. Man, that's a hell of a halftime.
Yeah, that's something. They was real ones. They make halftime 45 minutes.
Did you like? I like The Weeknd. The Weeknd was actually pretty good. The Weeknd, I'm not like this crazy Weeknd fan, but he got a little bit of a catalog. Crazy.
I got to be in a mood to listen to The Weeknd.
Yeah. Yeah. Boom, boom, boom.
Appreciate you for being with us. If you're listening to us on the radio and you don't want to miss anything coming up, including our man Will Griffith from the King's Herald, who's going to be with us in about an hour, you could download the Odyssey app and check out the new Odyssey exclusive stations that are curated for sports listeners like you. You also find your favorite artists on the all-new Odyssey app as well. Check out the new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. I'm confident you can find a hell of a station over there that includes Dr. Dre and Mary J. Blige and Snoop Dogg, Eminem, and Kendrick Lamar. They're going to be performing at halftime of the Super Bowl.
You know,
that graphic derailed me, boy. I saw that. I was like, what is this?
That was big time. I didn't see it till the break. That was big time. One of my great concert moments. I don't have a lot of them. I ain't been to a lot of concerts, but I went to the Bad Boy reunion tour in LA, and he ended up having different guests come out. Mary came out, and there was a few of them that came out almost on every leg of the tour. I think Mary was that. DMX was. It's crazy to think about that now. DMX was one. Jodeci was another. So I kind of expect to see them, but for this one, and this was the last show I think of the tour in LA, Dre and Snoop came out, and man, I marked out seeing Dre and Snoop in LA. Like we were at the Forum. The Forum went nuts to see Dre and Snoop come out there doing. I think they did Nothing But a G thing. I think they did Still Dre or Still DRE, and then they did obviously Next Episode. They went crazy. I was like, yo, this is crazy. Dre and Snoop in LA. This is nuts. It's nuts.
I saw it. The only concert I've ever sat front row for, like the front row, like reach was Mary J. Blige.
You know that's my girl, Mary.
That's like, yeah,
If Mary
man.
go on a tour, announce a tour now, I'm there. I've seen Mary like 3 times.
Yeah,
I'm going again.
I'd do that in a
Go
heartbeat.
Mary, go Mary.
I think that's the
Front row.
awkward.
Yeah, it seems like it's a little too close, huh?
No, it's not. It's just awkward because, like, a lot of times the way stages are lit, they can't see out, but they could see down in front.
Right. Okay.
So there were several occasions, and I can say this definitively: Mary J. Blige was singing to me. But in that moment, you don't really know what to do. Like, you're looking up, you're watching her, you're watching her do her thing, and she looks back at you, and it's just like, oh God, what do I do? Like,
you got to sing to her.
I guess, like, I get, but like, I guess that's what you do, and like, you don't know whether to smile or not, or sing. So I found it uncomfortable.
Jason Jones talks about how like people there's certain people who captivate you, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when they look into your eyes, you're just done. And he says, I was about to ask you if Mary was that type of person.
No, I'll tell you who it was, though.
It might be the same one. Is it Riri?
No, it actually wasn't. When I was around her, she was.
Maybe she didn't.
No.
Did she have her glow at that point?
Nope, not yet. No, she was always, stunning.
Oh yeah,
but
she didn't have her aura.
But yeah, she didn't have the aura yet. It was Alicia Keys.
Really?
Alicia Keys.
I would have never thought that.
Oh, you know what it was? Like, I said something. I think I have it on CD somewhere. I said something and it made her, like, we were sitting across from each other doing an interview, and I said something and it made her laugh, and she put her hand on mine and I froze. Like, I just completely froze, and that was it. That was it. That's the only time I think anyone has ever. I was stuck. Was Alicia Keys.
That's a trip. Yeah, I thought it would have been Riri, but like you said, she didn't have her aura. I see pictures of Rihanna now, and she's staring into the camera. And she's looking at me.
Yeah, she's not. Just for the record, she's not looking.
Turn my head. I don't want to make eye contact with her because then she'll, put me in a trance.
Well, the Queen's listening, so be careful. Like, I don't want you.
The Queen will beat her and myself up.
I just don't want you to get in trouble.
If Rihanna wanted any of the smoke, Queen Bee slap her around.
Okay. It's gotten aggressive here on D-Lo and KC. Ever since Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg came up, it's gotten a little aggressive. We were talking about this is a couple of other things that we got to touch on too as well. We should probably just acknowledge we screwed the whole Cardinals thing up. Our apologies to any Cardinal fan that may be listening.
Ain't no need to apologize, Damian. We don't like them. Well,
I don't have any issue with the Cardinals. I thought what they did was pretty impressive, and it just so happens the second we bring up the win streak, it ends. So
it happened. Didn't we do that to the Blue Jays earlier too?
It probably sounds right.
Yeah, I gave Vlad Guerrero Jr. the belt.
You did give him the belt. That's right.
I gave him the belt.
That's right. He still has it.
He still has it.
Well, that's fine.
For to get into the wild card.
That's right. Jesse, did you give your belt to Vlad too?
Interesting.
It's getting a little bit tougher right now with the Tani Dunn pitching. So
yeah. Tani, he's giving up the belt.
Well, no, he lost his smile. I'm not going to take the belt off of him. Giants win last night 1-0. Dodgers won in a very Giants-like fashion.
Come on, man. Hey, I said it last night, and I hope Rob Manfred is listening, because it might be time to relegate the Padres. It might be time to get switch them out with the River Cats, man. Relegate them boys.
11-31 since August 11th.
That's just ridiculous.
11-31.
up 4 home runs in a inning.
Well, see last night's film.
And then also, I think one guy gave up 3 of them. He for sure gave up 2.
Well, it's a unique talent he has.
Come on, that's just
massive amount of home runs.
That's just garbage. But like we continue to mention, the Giants just do what they're supposed to do. You keep winning games. Last night they had to gut it out. Sacrifice fly from Chris Bryant got the job done. You just keep winning games, baby. Just keep winning games, baby. You right there. You almost at the finish line. Put this thing away.
I had the audio pulled up before the show. It turns out I still have it.
Absolutely interesting.
So
and
this
now you say you like to go to strip clubs. Like how many times in a year?
This is Gabrielle Union, by the way. This story caught my attention. Gabrielle Union with Jimmy Kimmel.
Something like this happened.
Pre-pandemic.
Pre-pandemic. Yeah.
I don't know, 10, 15 times a year.
No, really?
Oh no, I'm a connoisseur.
Wow.
I'm a connoisseur.
Yeah.
So you have like a monthly outing.
Gets better.
Yeah, it probably averages out about that. Yeah.
Is it like norm, like at Cheers when you walk in and they're like, Gabrielle, yeah, you're got a little plaque or something?
There's a really famous strip club in Atlanta called Magic City. And when you know it.
They just had a baby. They yeah.
So you need a little magic.
There's just this one part you got to hear.
In, or when I walk in, they were like, "Gab Union." I'm like, honor among thieves, kids, honor among thieves. But yeah, like it's like it's a welcoming place.
It's a welcoming place.
The ladies are very welcoming.
Here it comes.
But they're all different. They're all different.
How much is the most you've ever dropped in an evening at one of those places?
Oh, my business manager's like, I don't know, probably 10, 20,000.
$10,000 or $20,000.
Yeah, you don't really think about it because the booze.
So there you have it. Gabrielle Union. Now she goes on. I did watch the rest of this. She goes on to talk about how she doesn't always take Dwayne Wade with her because it's I guess it's weird for Dwayne to go to a strip club with Gabrielle Union, perhaps because she's so known at the strip club and they're probably looking at it like, what did you bring him for? But yeah, I know. I know. But that's caught my attention.
That's not, I don't know. Maybe one day I'll get a chance to figure out what it feels like to have D-Wade Gabby Union money. But I don't, if I did go to the strip club and I had their type of income, I still don't know if I'd be doing $20,000.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of money to just throw on the ground.
Yeah. Well, as Gabrielle goes on to lay out there, and Gabrielle is the saint of that relationship. She goes on to lay out, everybody got to get paid.
Oh, for sure. I'm not mad at them.
She makes sure everybody get that money.
That's also I don't know exactly where she's from, but that, we got introduced to a little bit last year with Lou Williams, and people around the country thought it was kind of weird, but it really is like, oh, we're going to the strip club to hang out, like how we would go to TGI Fridays.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
It's different. Yeah, it's different there, particularly in Atlanta. In Atlanta, it's very different. Yeah. Unfortunately, we were day drinking the entire time when we were in Fayetteville and never made that trip to Magic City, which may or may not have been discussed. Never happened, but it was discussed. The trip was never made.
Yeah,
we were going for the wings. I had to try
going for the wings. I mean,
I had to try the lemon pepper.
It's like going to see one of the 7 wonders of the world.
That's what I've heard. That's what I've heard. There are 6 wonders in the building just alone. So Will Griffith's going to join us. Will's probably thrilled that I'm teasing his segment right after that conversation. Will Griffith at the King's Herald going to be with us coming up in about 45 minutes. You can watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. So we were given reasons, one definitive reason from each of us that we believe that the Sacramento Kings going to make the postseason this year. You mentioned De'Aaron Fox being a top 20 player. I mentioned Marvin Bagley playing 70-plus games in this upcoming season and all that would mean for Luke Walton moving forward. And I think it's also fair to ask what exactly is, we don't know what Marvin's role is going to be at all yet. He may be a starting 4. He may wind up being the 6th or 7th guy in the game. I'm kind of operating more off he's in the starting role. Of course, that given some things that James Ham told us yesterday about Buddy Hield, potentially working at told that he's a 3 or a bench guy, certainly lends some credence to the small, the 3-guard lineup starting. And you mentioned, before we get into reasons, because I feel like you might have already mentioned one, reasons that a definitive reason why the Kings won't make the playoffs. You mentioned if there's no improvement on the defensive end.
Yeah. And I think that's the number one for me. If they are the same or close to it, like we're not even talking about bottom last in the league, like if they're still like 27th, that's not going to be, I don't think that'll be good enough. Like, and I'm not saying they got to be top 10, but they got to get into the middle of the pack.
Is this the, I'm trying to figure out how to word this question. Is this the best roster the Kings have had in recent memory? Is it the best collection of players? I'm not sure how to. I feel like best roster sounds really strong.
But it might not be wrong.
Is it the deepest roster? I don't know that. Maybe that's saying the same thing. I'm not most complete. There, Jesse. Is this the most complete roster?
I think this is the best roster that this team has had. And I don't know how long.
Because they had talent on their team. That's what I was thinking. Yeah. That's what I was thinking. That's talent.
10 years ago now, wasn't it? Close to it.
Was it that long ago? Oh, no, I don't think it was that long ago.
It was like 2011 or 12.
Jeez, was it that long ago?
Because I remember when they traded for Rudy.
Mm-hmm.
It was no later than 2013.
That was a while ago.
So I think it's the best roster they've had since then.
Okay, yeah,
sure.
John Bull was with you on that. He brought up DeMarcus, Rudy, and Isaiah, and that was the roster that kept sticking in my head. But even with that roster, fair to say, more talented, more top heavy. This one more complete.
Yeah, I definitely think so. I mentioned it a couple of different times. I'm in agreement with Monty McNair when he talks about this team being versatile, being able to play any way that you want to. And that doesn't mean they're just going to beat a bunch of teams, but they have the capability to play any type of way and not embarrass themselves, I don't think. So, yeah, I like this squad that they've put together. I think it's complete. I think it's versatile. That was the word that he used.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like where they're going right now.
Okay. I'm with you on all of that. And I think
it was 13-14, by the way. That's when Rudy.
Okay, that sounds a little bit more accurate. And Rudy was traded what, 16?
Rudy was traded
16. Maybe he wasn't traded. He just left. Yeah, he just left.
The team around him was not good though.
That's what I kept remembering. Like that's just
team around him. It's kind of nasty.
Do you have it in front of you?
Yeah, we got, and I actually like this guy, but I had Quincy Acey, Jared Cunningham, Reggie Evans, Jimmer, Aaron Gray, Chuck Hayes, Carl Landry, Ray McCallum, Ben McLemore, Travis Outlaw, Pat, John Salmons, of course.
Yeah.
Jason Thompson, Marcus Thornton, Grievous Vasquez, Royce White, Derek Williams, and Luke Mbuamante. How you used to say his name again? Luke.
I'm not going to say it without practicing. I got to practice first. I got to practice first.
I'm not going to, I can't finish the rest.
Come on, Kendrick. Come on, Kendrick. Moses Malone. Moses Malone. Moses Malone, Kenny.
Somebody got away with saying that.
Well, I need to know who that was. I need to know who says Moses Malone in that clip, who is just fed up with
got away with it.
With Kendrick Perkins.
Moses
Who was that?
Who was on? It sounds like somebody else that was on the panel.
It had to have been someone on the panel. It wasn't Reese. It obviously wasn't Reese Davis.
Who was the other guy there? Who was the other guy?
Moses
Man.
Was it Jay Williams?
That's exactly who I was thinking of. Yeah, that's who I was thinking of. I think Jay Will got the boot. Did you see that?
No.
I think Jay Will got booted off of the Countdown show.
Oh, Countdown. I thought you meant on his radio.
On the radio show? No. He didn't get booted from the radio show. He just got booted from the they can't figure out what to do with that Countdown show because it's trash, and they keep trying to make these changes, and the show still winds up being garbage. Not to mention
back into the fold.
Oh dear, who is this? Are they in
Michelle
a box again? Man, for real? How many lives does Beetle have? God bless it. Beetle's been fired so many times from there.
Yeah.
Or actually, Beetle hasn't been
fired.
I don't think Beetle's been fired. Beetle's just been told, dude, just take your $5 million and go. I need one of those gigs.
Yeah, please.
I need one of those Michael Smith, Jamil Hill gigs where they just go, yeah, we kind of blew this. Here's $5 million. Just go.
Let's go.
That's what I need. Yeah. I've never signed a contract like that in my life.
One day we will.
One day we will. We'll be given $5 million to go away. That's facts. Andy in San Francisco will be like
walking out of there like Arthur.
Danny in San Francisco will be like, just get away from me. Here's your check. Please go. And take the chat house with you, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I did not hear that Beetle was back. It's
not a done deal. It's just rumors. It's rumors, but her name is surfacing.
Rumors are because she's close with Jalen. Like her and Jalen are good friends. And I think that's part of how Jalen got the nod to get into this. Those aspiring to be in television, it's all about your agent. Jalen got the agent and the agency, he said.
You know who I thought should have never left, and that was part of their key to success, a little success that they had. Much maligned here on D-Lo and KC.
Uh-oh.
I thought Paul Pierce brought something. I thought he brought something. I thought he did.
Okay.
I'm saying. Remember the time, Jesse might not like this, but remember the time Jalen Rose broke down the stats on why D Wade was better than Paul Pierce.
Oh.
And it was like Paul, that was the first time Paul had heard the stats side by side. He was so sad.
So, okay, so I guess Paul Pierce falls into the category of entertain me. Because he ain't bringing anything else. He's not bringing like an analytical approach. He would talk sometimes.
He get in his bag.
I mean, he'd talk.
He
ain't saying nothing.
He would get in his bag. He would wild out sometimes too, but
you know who's going to be on the show. You know they're going to do a countdown show, and you know who they're going to put on it.
Cool.
Come on, man.
This
is their guy. Like Kendrick's getting some run right now. They're going to put Kendrick on countdown.
Oh, that's for sure. So you got Kendrick. That might still be good though. You put Kendrick, Jalen Rose. I mean, I don't know what you do with the host, but to me, the other thing with countdown is they don't commit to the post game show enough. Like,
Well, it's because it usually goes to Sports Center.
yeah, and I like SVP. There's no shade on him,
It's
but
the best show on the network.
yeah, I like. I ain't got no problem with SVP, but that needs. If you really want to do something like Inside the NBA, you got to give me 30 minutes after the show.
But they're
on Wednesdays.
But I think SVP is more valuable to them than that show. Because SVP acts as the post-game show because he's the one who gets the interview with whoever the player of the game is or whatever. He's the guy who gets that interview, and it's a part of the Sports Center brand.
So, and I understand. I get it. No disrespect to him at all. I want to hear Jalen and Kendrick talking to the guy post-game. That's why it's Inside the NBA work. Because I got Charles Kenny talking to the guy, not Ernie, so to speak. And Ernie's great, just like SVP is great. But I want to.
I don't think those guys are good at that, though.
I don't. It works.
Yeah, I get. No, I mean, there's no. That's not even debatable.
No, I know you're not saying that, but that's
just like that's. I mean, sometimes again, I guess it's what do you want out of it? Some of that stuff on NBA on TNT, and again, it's great. It's won a billion Emmy Awards. Some of that stuff is cringeworthy.
It has been. It has been for sure.
Like the time Charles Barkley asked a 45-minute question and KD said no, and just and that was it. That was it. All right, cool. All right, keep it moving. Keep it moving.
Yeah.
We'll step out. We'll come back. I think I want to talk about something that you and I have talked about off air a couple of times, and that's I think it has more to do with Davion and Tyrese than it does De'Aaron, but it has to do with Davion, Tyrese, and De'Aaron Fox, and the almost like weight of 16 years sitting on their shoulders. And you know, everybody was asked about it. Every player was asked about it. Luke, Monty, everybody was asked about the postseason drought coming to an end. All of these different things. And as we get ready to head into this season, what we think is going to be, I don't know. This might be what a new normal season is, where the pandemic is still going on, but everything is kind of regular. It's not completely regular, but it's kind of regular. So you've got to pump. You got to be a PR machine if you're the Sacramento Kings, and you got to get the fan base excited to be back in the arena. All these different things, and again, much like that playoff drought, it seems to sit on the shoulders of these three guys. We'll talk about that as D'Lo and KC continue here on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
House show,
sucker. Where are we? Boom. House show. Kenny's out. All right. I ain't got nothing for today's show. I caught up on AEW last night, and I'm still confused. Like, I was following, I know Dave Meltzer talked about Bray Wyatt yesterday. I'm still, I think some of you had hit us up in the chat house saying Bray had gotten his 90-day non-compete knocked down to 60, which would have made him available to appear last night on AEW in Brody Lee's hometown. Obviously, he didn't appear, but I guess are we now watching? Like, are we now waiting to see what happens with Bray Wyatt? And I think one thing that's cool about Bray is he's not going to be Bray Wyatt, and he's not going to be the Fiend. So what is he going to be? Like, is he going to be I can't wait to find out. I think Bray was, and you read enough, see enough about this. Bray was really the kind of creative mind behind both the kind of evolution of the Bray Wyatt character and the Fiend. And I think he was, one of the driving forces behind the thing with the Firefly Funhouse match with Cena. And he's got to dip into that bag of creativity again, because that's all intellectual property that he can't use. And so, what type of character do you debut him as? Like, it seems like the Dark Order is a great fit. You've already got the Brody Lee tie-in. Like, there's a couple of things that you could do there. But I'm curious to see what type of character they lay with Bray. And I also was talking to my man Chris, and he had been on this. Yo, I think Cody's turning heel. Like, he had texted this weeks ago. Like, before the I don't remember what, I think it was the pay-per-view. I think Cody's turning heel. Like, really? You sure? And then you start to see it, like there's these subtle, oh yeah, no, Cody is definitely turning heel, which I think is cool. I think that'll be a good dynamic to the storytelling in WWE and in AEW, and for the first time in a while, I'm curious to see what happens on Raw this week. Because I think we've got the draft starting tomorrow. Starts on SmackDown and then over on Raw on Monday. But with what WWE has done with the last 2 Mondays, I can't lie. I can't wait to see what they do this week. Like, who's going to wrestle 2 or 3 times and they're going to blow through a 4-month storyline in a night? I'm locked in. I'm watching. They got my attention, which, by the way, that's what they're supposed to do with their show. Where's that logo? Bam. I got our Will Griffith logo in here. Yep. All right.
2 things when we get back real quick.
Mm-hmm.
2 things.
Man, that boy Walter, man. Whew. Man, nasty. He fights that strongman style. I don't feel like WWE likes that stuff, but that's how he wrestles.
I ain't seen no Walter.
He's an NXT guy, but yeah, the last match I saw him, they looked like they was killing each other. Like, they were just beating the crap out of each other, which is an aspect of wrestling. That's an aspect I don't really love, because it's like, this is a work. Like, y'all, like, why are you guys out there killing each other? But I guess it's just a different style. Hey, yeah. I just noticed Rich was here.
Rich in the house. What's up?
I don't know what they're doing with him. Every week he's coming out and cutting a promo, and it's like, all right, like let's do a story.
I don't know if he does either, Nanny. I'm just saying, Jesse. I
know Ramsey answered, "What's up, Lock Dog? Lock Dog." Hey, can y'all hit the thumbs up, man? I know y'all love when I beg for this. Can you hit the thumbs up, please? Pretty please. In the process of begging our live stream users to hit the thumbs up over there on youtube.com/ESPN1320, posted a poll here. Preferred starting lineup for the Sacramento Kings: De'Aaron Fox, Tyrese Halliburton, Harrison Barnes, Marvin Bagley III, and Rashawn Holmes. That's the Kenny Caraway lineup, if I'm not mistaken. 63% of the vote.
Should be higher.
Fox, Tyrese, Harrison, Marvin Bagley, and Rashawn Holmes. Take out Marvin Bagley, insert Buddy Hield. That lineup's getting 28%. Other 3-guard lineup is getting 4%. Other non-3-guard lineup getting 6%. That's over there on youtube.com/ESPN1320.
Interesting. I need the people that know what needs to be going down. Speak up a little louder right now, okay? It should be Fox, Halliburton, Barnes, Bagley, Holmes. That's what it should be. But
let's see how this plays out. But
we're gonna get into these Kings, because you're right. I got some questions that I want to ask. But 2 things first. Number one, because that's all we got for today. I got to bring it up real quick. You see who's on the mound for the Diamondbacks today?
I did, only because of your Above the Rim tweet.
Oh yeah. It was Birdie, Kyle Watson.
Yep.
Today, because Madison Bumgarner, he might be on another team, but you still play for me, homeboy. Remember that. You're not going to college or any freaking where if the Birdmen don't win.
About 4 of us on your timeline got it. I definitely got it though. I appreciated it too. Like that's solid. That
was a deep dive. That was a deep cut right there. Deep cut.
I like it. I like it.
Crab, you know what to do. You know what to do today. All right. And number 2, something just came across my Twitter timeline, and it just captivated me. This is a random thing here, but I guess on this day 21 years ago, Michael Vick juked out the entire Boston College defense for an 80-yard touchdown. And I watched the clip, and Lamar's crazy. We ain't never seen nothing like Mike Vick. We ain't never seen nothing like Mike Vick. And I know that was just a running clip, and Lamar can run. But for the Jessies out there, they don't know the cannon that Mike Vick had with that arm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yes,
so you know Mike Vick had that cannon. Okay, I'm just checking. You were like 7. You were 7.
Probably 5. Probably 5. What year was that clip? You said it was 21 years ago? Dude, Jesse was like 3. How old? Bro, how old are you? For like 25, 3 to 4 years old.
Virginia Tech Mike Vick was crazy though. I remember watching Vatech Mike Vick, and I was like, this guy. I remember when Florida State was like the best team in the nation, and they couldn't do nothing with Mike Vick.
You couldn't help yourself though, could you, Skip? You had to.
What? How, fam? This isn't even noticeable. How is this here?
Skip, what you did is you praised Michael Vick, but you had to knock down Lamar Jackson in the process. Oh, I know Lamar is great, but we ain't ever seen nothing like Mike Vick. The numbers would say we ain't ever seen nothing like Lamar Jackson before.
I'm not gonna argue that because you know I like Lamar. You know that's my man's.
Yeah, man.
And maybe I'm just a prisoner of that was when I was young and growing up where I saw Mike Vick. But I'm not gonna argue against Lamar. I'm just gonna say Mike Vick, man.
He was legitimately, I know the nickname belongs, he was the human highlight film. Like he was a highlight reel in college. Hell, he was a highlight reel in Atlanta. Yeah. He was different. His whole story, that's a different story. But man, those early years, boy, he was just different.
Yeah.
He was different.
Yeah, that just come across the timeline. And it's almost like Jason Williams highlights. Whenever they come across the timeline,
you gotta watch them. Yeah, you gotta watch them. But like I said, we ain't never seen nothing like Lamar Jackson.
Lamar nasty, man.
Lamar nasty. Nothing like Lamar. By the way, you mentioned this. You were talking about, I think it was the Seahawks schedule earlier. How it gets tough for them. Oh, it's Cardinals and Rams this week.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Yeah. NFC West is on full display.
Where the big boys play, huh?
It's where the big boys play. NFC West on full display, and they're going to be for the next couple of weeks because next week is Rams, Seahawks, and Cardinals, Niners.
Yeah. Dude, there's some. I like this week. Ravens, Broncos. There's some games this week I like.
I think I picked the Broncos and pick them.
I can't remember what I did. It's probably why I'm in the position that I'm in when it comes to that. Did you have one more thing?
No, those were the two.
What was the first one? Mike Vick. What was it? Oh, Madison Bumgarner. That's right. Yeah. You playing for us tonight. Yeah.
Moving pitches right into the zone that Buster likes on the mountain way. You know what to do, Madison. The hell? What, you guys already lost 120 games. What you want to win one for?
Okay. Well, I mean, that's one way of looking at it, certainly. 916-349-1320 if you want to get in here on the conversation. Of course, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. You can watch the show, youtube.com/ESPN1320. You can watch the show, become a subscriber, hit the thumbs up. You can catch up on things that you may have missed later on as well. Will Griffith going to join us coming up here in about 25 minutes or so. We will talk Kings basketball with him as Kings settling into single practices here on the third day of training camp. But I want to bring an off-air conversation on the air because you've mentioned this. It's kind of been in our notes for the last couple of days. We have talked regularly about the pressure that like all of this talk about defense and culture changing maybe putting on Davion Mitchell. As a matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, Davion Mitchell was asked about that today, whether he's feeling, pressure to improve the defense, change the culture, things like that. Here's Davion Mitchell yesterday at practice.
I mean, I try not to look at that. I mean, I try to just play for not think about that. Just try to take every day 1-0, go every day 1-0, and do what I can do for our team to win.
Every day. 1-0, baby.
1-0 every day.
Every day. Every day.
Ain't even no game being played.
He wants to go 1-0 every day. What he's saying is
what?
He wants to win the day. It's like, I'm going to go out there. I'm going to win today. I'm 1-0 on Monday. Tuesday morning when I wake up, I'm 0-0, and I'm going to go 1-0 today.
I'm not mad at it. The only thing left was humble hearts.
That's all that was missing.
Yeah.
But he's working on his cliche game. Hey, respect it. Savvy vet. He's got to learn to give lengthier answers than 10 seconds, though. I'm going to need him to help a brother out. He's not a big talker yet. I
don't think that's in his bag.
I don't know that was in De'Aaron's bag either to start. Yeah, I don't. I mean, way we heard Marvin talk, he'll grow into it. Yeah. He's probably gonna have to. If he's what we're saying he is, he's gonna have to learn how to do it.
He'll get a lot of questions, a lot of microphones and cameras in his face every day. If he's everything we think he can be for himself and for this team.
Yeah. We've openly discussed, like, hey man, maybe we're culture changing. We literally just talked about this. One of the worst defenses in history. Well, it's going to be better. Why? Davion. That's why. He's going to make it better. Forget Terrence Davis, Mo Harkless, Alex. No. Davion's going to make everything better. Doug Christie. No. Davion Mitchell's going to make everything better. We've put so much pressure on him in that aspect. And this is a young man who, I just read to you the poll options for, starting lineups, traditional lineup, 3-guard lineup. Davion wasn't in either one of those. Right. Now we know Davion's going to have a role on this team. And I don't think it's a stretch to say Davion's probably going to have a major role on this team. But we have no idea what it is. But we've already put this culture-changing label on what we think Davion Mitchell may be able to bring. Talking about surefire ways the Kings are going to make the postseason. De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox being a top 20 player. And what's gone left unsaid in all of our praise and optimism for De'Aaron Fox and all of our evaluations of Davion Mitchell is that we expect Tyrese Halliburton to be better. Mm-hmm. Tyrese Halliburton's entering his second year. Davion Mitchell just got out of Baylor. Of course, De'Aaron is now entering the big boy world of the NBA with his new contract coming into play. Mm-hmm. And we're throwing a lot on those 3 guys here headed into this new season.
Yeah, you are. We are. It's a lot on their shoulders. And I just wonder, is it too soon for Davion and for Tyrese? I don't think so. But it's a legit question. It's a lot on him, and Davion at the very least is like 23. Tyrese is 21, maybe just turned 21.
Davion's the same age as De'Aaron. Yeah. That's amazing.
Yeah.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento on Odyssey Station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove, Dodge. What do you remember at what point last year? Because I feel like it was early. At what point last year the conversation on Tyrese shifted from heading into the season? It was like, oh, it's a good little pickup. Like, yeah, cool. No, this is good too. Whoa. Okay. We got something here. Tyrese show. Okay. We got something here. Like I feel like it might have been like game 1. Now that might be impressive. It was really early. I remember it was really early where sudden because Tyrese just entered the season like, yeah, nah, cool, like great. And then all of a sudden it was like, whoa, okay, we got something here. With Davion, he's entering the season with that kind of praise, with those expectations that we gave Tyrese after he actually played a game.
I'm trying to think. I went to the schedule here to try and figure this thing out. And figure out the impossible answer, by the way. But the game that stuck out to me was, do you remember the game against the Bulls? And Tyrese had 17.6 assists, 7 rebounds. And he had like 3 big-time shots in the fourth quarter. I remember one specifically falling away in the corner. He hit a 3.
Yeah.
And I feel like around that time, it didn't have to be specifically that game, but around that time, it was like, yo, this he's something.
Was that the infamous game where you willed Kobe White to go for like 37?
Yeah. I think he had 36. Let's see. Kobe White went for 36.
Yeah. So for those who don't know that story, we did a pregame show for the Kings last year, for Kings games. And we're like, the show's over. Like, hey, we'll see you tomorrow at noon. Kenny, getting my attention, says, watch out for Kobe White tonight. Like, yeah, okay, Kenny, the show's over. We'll see you tomorrow at noon. Kobe drops 36 that night. I'm like, yo, what are you doing? And then, of course, it became a thing. Hey, maybe just keep that type of stuff to yourself.
Yeah, I can't remember who
you did it a couple of times.
Yeah, I got another guy,
Emmanuel Quickly.
Oh yeah, well that's my boy Emmanuel Quickly right there. IQ.
And God bless him, PJ Washington.
Excuse me.
Happier times for PJ.
PJ.
Yeah, happier times for PJ.
Oh, PJ.
It was a good day for him that day. You did it. You did it 3 times last year.
So I wonder, to your point, I wonder when Davion is going to have his game, or has he already had his moment where people are like, it was Summer League his game.
Yeah. May very well have been. I don't think so, by the way. I definitely don't think so. I think there was another point with Tyrese, and Jesse brought this up in our text thread here. I remember when Tyrese went out early in the season. Tyrese missed, it was like, oh my God,
missed the Rockets game, and I think he might have missed the Warriors game after that.
We can't win without Tyrese. Like, everything's falling apart because this kid we didn't even know we loved, we need.
Yeah.
Again, that was really, really early in the season, and it still pales in comparison to where Davion Mitchell is, because our expectations for Tyrese shifted. And maybe part of that is because we didn't have Summer League last year.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we would have fallen in love with Tyrese Halliburton in Las Vegas or at the California Classic last season, and he would have entered the season with different expectations, bigger expectations. With Davion, it's like, all right, okay, cool, grimy, we like this, and then all of a sudden, oh my gosh, we ain't never seen anything like this.
Right.
Oh yeah, that's great. No, he's gonna change everything. Whoa, let's calm down. Like, wait a minute. No, he's gonna eliminate 15 years of crappy defense all by himself. All right. Now it's fair. It's fair for De'Aaron. De'Aaron's the guy. He is the guy. He's getting paid like the guy. All of that, fair. But man, we're throwing a lot on these other two to change some things here quickly.
Do you think, and I'm gonna ask a question that I'm a little uncomfortable. I want everybody to know I like everybody who's in the building. I like these people a lot. So I'm not trying to come at them. Do you think the Sacramento Kings play a role in this? And I say that because on media day, there was this, I don't know if it's contrived or whatever you want to say about it, but there was this picture of Davion, Fox, and Halliburton,
Mm-hmm.
as if like, yo, this is the future right here.
Mm.
I think that the caption was backcourt.
It's great. It was a great picture.
It was a great picture, but it's like, what? You know what?
Would have been the golden opportunity to write like backcourt 1 or something like that. I don't know. Too late. That's fine.
They missed it.
It's fine. They don't miss often. That's fine.
No, they don't. And I love those guys over there. But I think back to, and I don't know if this is fair. I don't know if this was accurate or anything. But a lot of people had an issue with how much they were promoting and hyping up Harry Giles. Like he was on billboards and come see Harry Giles, and not like saying he was a leader, but it was like, come see Fox, Buddy, Bogey, Harry. It's like, you know what I mean? And I'm not saying that they were right. I'm not saying nothing about that. I'm just saying, like, all right, can we just keep it at Fox right now? And maybe Halliburton. Does Davion have to be in any promotional situation? We gotta see him. And I know their business is getting people excited to buy tickets and come see games and things like that. So I understand the business aspect of it, but are they doing too much?
I don't think so. Because I get it. I get why. I get why you do this. He's our guy. We got now. Boy, the Harry example is that's a tough example.
You think I believed in Marvin Bagley? Ask me how much I believe in Harry Giles.
Bro, everybody loved Harry Giles. Like I remember people were telling us Harry Giles was the greatest high school prospect we ever scouted before. Like I get it.
Might have been listening to my podcast because Harry Giles. Yeah, I was big Harry Giles. I still am.
I want to get off that train because I don't. Is he still? Where is he?
He's with the Clippers. I don't know why he doesn't play.
That's right.
Hell, the Blazers did that. The Blazers, I don't know if you remember when Harry first got there and their abbreviated training camps, one of their like Twitter posts and video was like, Harry Giles bringing the hammer. And he never played.
Oh, dear. I don't think I ever saw that, by the way.
Yeah, it was like literally like one of their first practices. And I don't know why Harry doesn't play, because when he got extended minutes that time before the pandemic and the Kings went on their run and they were playing well, thought Harry played pretty good. He was like, I don't know, 11-7 during that time. And, you know, he was a guy that you can run the offense through, the high post. And I don't know why Harry Giles. I know he doesn't play. I can't dispute that, but I don't know why he doesn't play that much.
Is it out of line to say Harry Giles should be a cautionary tale for Marvin Bagley? Hear me out. Like, and I understand Marvin's better, but think expectations.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Harry. I mean, how many? Harry should be starting. Harry should have a bigger role here. We've got to re-sign Harry Giles. Like, dude, Harry ain't seen the floor since he left Sacramento.
He hasn't.
Leading into this season, talking about and speculating, I should say, on what Marvin may or may not want, you and I would regularly say, fam, your best chance at success is here, because the Kings, albeit maybe a small one at this point, still have an investment in you. Go ahead, go to Philly, go to Chicago, hell, go to Cleveland, go to Oklahoma City. They ain't got no investment in you.
That's and so now I see where the question was. When you say a cautionary tale from Marvin Bagley, specific, like you mean Marvin needs to be looking at what's going on.
Yes,
with Harry Giles. Yes, that's a great call.
Yes,
it's a great call. Absolutely.
Because once you get away from the team that has an investment in you, ain't nobody worried about, right. Okay, you don't pan out, so what? You don't even have as much time to figure. He might be the perfect player in Oklahoma City. He might be the perfect player in Chicago. You're going to have a couple of minutes to show that you are. And if you don't show it in those couple of minutes, sit him down. Play this person. He ain't gonna be here next year anyways.
Hell, I can't remember if this was on the stream or off the stream, but it's not a big deal. But James Ham was telling us about how Doug Christie goes to New York, and Pat Riley's like, "You're not playing." Like, it's not personal. Like, I like you. I think you're a good player, but I got my guys. So they traded for you, but you're not playing. And he may find himself in a situation like that. So yeah, that's a great point by you, partner. And you know, it's not always, you think it's bad here. You think that it's not going well here. Look around. It could get uglier.
It could be worse, bro.
Yeah.
It could be way worse, especially when there's questions about your availability and your health and your mindset and all those different things. But it appears, at least on the outside, that stuff is behind him, or at least as far behind him as it can be. And he's moving forward. He seems to have a partner on the coaching staff now. And, you know, that's all good news for Marvin. But going back to the original question about the pressure put on Davion and Tyrese and De'Aaron, who else are you going to put at the forefront? Because of what we just talked about with Marvin, you don't know that he's going to be there. You pretty much publicly traded Buddy Hield, whether that was your doing or not. It happened. We all saw it. Everybody saw it. Hell, everybody involved has talked about it. So you can't really put Buddy out there. Mo, TD, those guys are cool. Now, Rashawn is probably a guy that should be a little bit more, you know, involved, you know, should be a little bit more on the forefront of everything that the Kings are doing. And again, we're a couple of days into this. Like, Rashawn is going to be a big part of every marketing scheme I think that the Kings have to do. But I also think that there was you know, with De'Aaron, you know, with Tyrese, you know, Davion gets here. Okay, well, you know, you got Davion. With Rashawn, it was like, I hope we can keep him. I hope he stays here. I hope he's not going to Charlotte. I hope he's not going to Toronto. I hope he's not going somewhere else. So now that that's over and that's settled, it's like, no, it is those three guys, and it's Rashawn Holmes. Those are the faces of this franchise right now.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have a huge problem with it. I'm like, all right, guys.
It's noticeable.
Yeah.
That picture was cold, though. Can't be mad at the picture. That picture was cold.
Now, 5 years from now, if this team is in the Western Conference Finals and they're, you know, feeling great about themselves, we'll look back on that picture and like, remember when they first got together and we were like so hopeful? Or remember, KC, when you were nervous, you're like, they put too much pressure on them. Now look at them. They're favorites to at least get to the Western Conference Finals.
So, you know how someone says something, maybe you don't really notice it at first, but once someone points it out, it's all you can see. I was watching De'Aaron talk yesterday. He does look noticeably different. Like,
growing up, man.
He looks like he looks like a grown-ass man.
Yeah.
Like, he absolutely, if you didn't see, Sean Cunningham posted a video, and it's probably like, because it's a close video of him, it's like, wow, I see everything James was talking about. Of course, James pointed it out first. Now I feel like I just took like a pill, like it's a placebo effect where whatever James Ham's told me is true.
Yeah.
It's different.
Sipping the Kool-Aid.
That's what it is.
But he's right, though.
I'm a James Ham follower. What can I say? I'm also a Will Griffith follower.
I finally got a follow back from James Ham on Twitter. It only took us a year.
Are you still blocked by Bobby Gerald, though?
Probably.
That's good. Okay. We'll step out. We'll come back. Will Griffith of the Kings Herald. We'll talk more Kings basketball. He joins us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Will.
How's it going, guys?
What's up, buddy?
What's going on?
Hey, I ran up and switched my shirt because you started talking about The Sopranos.
I
got
like
me
it.
A Bobby Bacala hype shirt just for you.
I like it. I'm with it. I'm with it. Yeah, I'm a Sopranos fan. I'm curious to read more about like here it is. Oh no, that's your response to the StreamYard thing. I never saw the definitive answer
I lied.
from.
I thought I read something on it. I did pull quotes.
I've definitely seen, and I think he even did an interview once where he may have accidentally said something.
The original death scene was supposed to be him driving to New York to meet up with Johnny Sacks, and then they were going to fade to black there. And David Chase referred to that as the death scene.
Mm.
And then so people inferred from that like, well, it similarly faded to black when they went to Holden's, that like, oh, that was also supposed to be what it's supposed to be. But
Gotcha.
he has a really great quote too about like how dumb audiences are, I guess, or not necessarily that, but like he said that when he was 23, he went to Planet of the Apes with his wife. And his wife, at the very end of the movie, they show the Statue of Liberty, right? Which implies that he's still on Earth. And his wife turns and looks at him and goes, wow, so they've got a Statue of Liberty too.
Oh,
like it completely went over her head on what it was. He's like, so that's what I'm dealing with as an audience.
When I started to learn about movies, I learned that ending was pretty like that was a huge turn at the end of a movie. The fact that they were on Earth the whole time, and
now it's tame as hell.
Right, yeah.
Oh, and the original Planet of the Apes.
The original Planet of the Apes. Yeah. The one that used to air at 12 o'clock after wrestling.
Yeah,
on Channel 31.
But you know about that Fright Night Theater, though.
I equate everything back to wrestling somehow.
Everything's centered around wrestling.
You know what? I've never cared about wrestling at all. I've never.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us, Will. We'll catch you next time here on.
But I've never felt more likely to watch something than watching you guys constantly talking about it. I go, okay, I'm gonna have to tune into this at some point.
Yeah.
It's good stuff, man. It's good stuff. I felt that way about the UFC until I came across this podcast, and these guys, they would talk about it, and they talked about the UFC and MMA. It just appealed to me the way they spoke about it. So I was like, oh, look at it. You know, I'll be more engaged in what's going on or whatever. And then, you know, people breaking legs and breaking limbs. I was like, this is why I don't watch it.
And you all talk about storytelling, and like me as a writer in the background, you know, that's my background. I kind of go, oh, okay, well, if there's good storytelling involved in this, men wearing tights and throwing each other around, I might have to go for it.
Normally there is really, really good storytelling in wrestling. And I think that's what Kenny and I loved growing up, is the storytelling used to be planned out for a really long time.
Sure.
Now it's kind of week to week. It's kind of just, let's just see. Let's tell a story within this show and tell a story within this show. Whereas story, like, I mean, you almost certainly have heard of like Hulk Hogan versus the Macho Man Randy. Yep. That was a year-long storyline. Yeah. Sure. It was probably closer to a 16-month-long storyline that was all meant to culminate at one spot, and that's exactly what it did.
That's fascinating.
Did you know that they were going to collide? Do you remember knowing that they were going to collide?
I remember SummerSlam being the first time I saw Macho Man give like a weird look. Like now you can really, really see it. But I remember being like 9 years old, feeling like I just looked at Hulk Hogan weird.
I asked that because I don't know if this.
I want to hear that, but you're going to have to hold on because we're coming back.
Yeah.
Hang on. Head over to youtube.com/ESPN1320. Hit the thumbs up there, or twitch.tv/ESPN1320. We welcome everybody streaming the show here through the Odyssey app, listening on 1320 AM, and everybody watching through our various video platforms. We welcome in our man.
Oh, my bad. I just checked. Still blocked by Bobby Gerald.
So that's good. That's good. Congratulations.
Yeah, let's check.
We got to get to the bottom of that. I mean, it's funny, but we'll get to the bottom of that. I'm wondering who else you're blocked by.
I don't know.
Maybe you fired off a boxing take that was just a little too much for Bobby.
Maybe so. That could be it. He didn't mute me. He was just like, I'm blocking this guy.
I've blocked you and unblocked you like 4 times since the show has started, so it's fine. Will Griffith at the Kings, and one of them was as recently as yesterday. 49ers conversation. We welcome in Will Griffith of the Kings Herald. What's that?
Will will never block me.
Never.
Casey, you've said some stuff that got me close, but I give you the benefit of the doubt. I always give you the benefit of the doubt.
My man. What's going on, Will?
I'm just chilling, guys. How are you today?
Good, man. Good.
Just
We
happy that you're here. We haven't got to sit down and talk Kings basketball. For those who aren't watching, Will is sitting in front of a pretty impressive James Ham style collection of books behind him.
Yeah, man.
Do you have and of course you're a writer for the Kings Herald. Do you have a favorite book of the ones that are behind you?
Oh man. Well, I got Jerry's here, and I'll always hype Jerry up. So, but no, in terms of I'll give you what I'm reading right now that I really love. It's called Hoop Roots by John Edgar Wideman. It's a really, really gorgeous tale of a man at the end of he's accepting that he can't play basketball any longer, and it ties in race, and it ties in him getting a divorce after so many years and his family, and it's absolutely by far, without a doubt, the best book about basketball I've ever read. And I was listening to you, Damien, talk about how you messed up on some box jumps, and I know Casey, you still hoop a little bit, but you still aren't the player that you were at Consumnus, right?
Nah.
And reading that, it brought me to tears a couple of times in terms of like accepting when it's over and like what kind of basketball player you can be. For him, it was 60, but for me, it was 27, 28, 29. I was like, yeah, this is probably the end for my Achilles.
Yeah, Will, you're not selling me on this book because I don't want to. I don't want to face my reality.
Will
be like, yeah, I don't want to.
That's my role in this basketball sphere, guys. I bring you back to reality a little bit.
What do we need to read that for? I live that every day. Like I live that every day. I get on the foam roller for 25 minutes just so I can jog. I read a book about it. Write a book about it.
You won't get it till you read it. I'll tell you that much.
I hope I play till I'm 60.
Okay, Tom Caraway right there you going up Brady and go Tom Brady talking about playing till he's 50. Kenny's going, I won't play till I'm 60. We saw you getting shots up over there on Instagram, man. Will, I want to ask you a question. I asked Kenny earlier and we had a discussion about here in the chat and of course on the show. Give me one reason that you think this Sacramento Kings team can make the postseason this year.
Ooh. Well, I'll give you one. It'll be Mike Longobardi. He's the new defensive coordinator for the Kings. We've basically, I've heard you guys talk about it before, that if the Kings are 27th in defense this year, they're in the lottery. They're not going anywhere but treading water at the very best. He's won a championship in Cleveland as recently as 2016 with Tristan Thompson, I think. He won one in Boston under Tom Thibodeau, as Tom Thibodeau was the defensive coordinator there in Boston at the time with Doc Rivers. He knows his stuff. He's Mr. Defense is a nickname of his. If the Kings are going to go anywhere, we do need them to be, again, middle of the pack. They were 11th in points per game. They were 10th in pace. They were 11th in offensive efficiency rating. They're fine on the offensive end. But if they're going to win, anything, if they're going to go to the postseason or to the playoffs, now that we have to distinguish those two as separate things, it's going to be on the back of a guy who's a defensive coordinator and a good one at that.
And see, I'm drawing a blank right here. What was my man's name that was the assistant last year?
Rex Kalamian.
I feel like Rex Kalamian had the same type of resume and accolades coming in as the type of defensive coach that he was, and for whatever reason, my thinking was they just didn't have the right personnel and the right horses to do maybe what he wanted to execute. Or hell, Luke Walton said, just guard for 2 dribbles. They didn't even have the personnel to guard for 2 dribbles.
Sure.
I think maybe the combination of a new voice, and I think Rex is going to go. I think he's with the Clippers or wherever he goes. He's going to do what he's done his entire career, be a great defensive coach. But having a new voice in there, with the combination of the right horses in there. That's the bigger aspect for me. They have a team that is structured, in my opinion, to play defense at a higher level than they did last year. And I think that's going to be the reason for them being a better defensive team.
I think the roster, I'm one of those people. I am the Debbie Downer that does see the roster as imbalanced. Casey, I will say that you two talking it up and hyping the season up has kept me from writing a couple of articles that it was much more of a punch to the stomach than a pat on the back for the Kings this last offseason. but I don't see the Kings necessarily as a finished product yet. I do think that there are some holes that they're going to have to get creative and fill. And you had Matt George on yesterday, I believe, or the day before.
Mm-hmm.
And he was talking about how he felt like Luke Walton wasn't going to go any further than 8 guys on a particular night. And if you want a defensive you want that defensive versatility, you might have to stretch to 9 or 10 guys to get there because you leave out some important guys and some defensive players. If I don't know where you guys rank your top 8 guys outside of Fox, Halley, Barnes, and Holmes, but you might have to sacrifice some offense for defense at times. And I'm curious to see how the Kings pull that off this year.
Yeah, and that's an interesting thing to think about, Will, because it's, obviously there's Davion after that. And then depending on Buddy's in there somewhere, depending on the lineup that you go with.
Depending on who you ask.
Sure. And then
most people except for Kenny, it would be Terrence Davis before Buddy Hield. Buddy would be in the Kyle Guy role if Kenny Caraway had his way.
But then you're
only a slight exaggeration.
Tristan Thompson is your 8th guy.
Yeah.
Where does Marvin Bagley play? Is he gonna, if he gets those starter minutes, you're gonna need a Tristan Thompson in there at some point, which means Alex Len is sitting out, Mo Harkless, Freeport Metu. Which one are you guys leaving out there in that case?
Well, I think the bigger question is not if Marvin Bagley is starting, but what if he's not?
Yeah.
Like if Marvin Bagley isn't starting, then how does he get worked in? And more importantly, like we keep talking about, starters top 7, 8, 9, different things like that. I'm looking at more like, because I know this is one thing that can drive players nuts, especially a veteran player like, say, Tristan Thompson, for example, is how consistent are your minutes?
Sure.
Like, are you legitimately a 12 to 15 minute player a night in which every night you're playing 12 to 15 minutes? Or are you playing 30 minutes one night and then you're not playing for the next 2 games?
I'm nervous that's the Tristan Thompson role. He'll kind of show a Hassan Whiteside style role where he plays a lot in the beginning of the year, maybe try to help to get him off to a quick start with his rebounding, or with his defensive versatility, and then pull him. And then the Kings wind up wherever they wind up.
So let me ask you this then, Will. All the things that we're talking about, doesn't that lend itself to saying that they actually do have a deep roster and they are versatile? Because if they, in my opinion, if they didn't have a versatile roster, they wouldn't be able to not play Tristan Thompson for 2. Like, he's the best you have to play him. But they can say, all right, this matchup, that doesn't really work for Tristan. So the next 2 matchups might not work. So Tristan, your minutes are going to come back a little bit, and we're going to go a little smaller with Bagley at the 5 or whatever the case may be. Doesn't that type of thought process lend to the fact that they are more versatile than people give them credit for right now?
Yeah, I think you're not wrong in that regard, but I wouldn't necessarily call it depth as much as I'd call it maybe width. They've got guys that kind of like Alex Len and Tristan Thompson, they play different roles, but they could, you could swap one for the other depending on the matchups.
Mm-hmm.
I don't necessarily see them. It's not a bad thing, Casey, I guess. I'm trying to think here for a second here and how I want to phrase this. They've got different looks for different guys. And in that way, yeah, they have some depth to them. I don't think the quality of the guy is nearly good enough, for the talent level on the team is close enough to call them necessarily deep. And that's not necessarily a strike against Monty McNair. He's assembled the roster he wants to assemble, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But if they're versatile, they're not necessarily deep, I guess is what I would say.
Maybe it's better stated he assembled the roster he could.
Sure.
Because, we know very publicly he tried to do something else twice.
Sure.
And it didn't work for reasons that have nothing to do with him. But one thing that I really like about obviously the Dante DiVincenzo deal and the Kyle Kuzma, Mo Harkless, Kyle Kuzma, Montrezl Harrell thing that fell apart is it fit the direction of what Monty is trying to establish. So maybe he didn't get those 3 players, and maybe more in particular, DiVincenzo and Montrezl Harrell. He didn't get those 2 guys, but he still continued to build the team in his vision. And it's part of the reason that I've always been okay with the thought of Ben Simmons.
Sure.
Which, if you were ever curious if Ben Simmons in Philadelphia is dead and buried, go see what Joel Embiid had to say today. But that was one of the reasons I was always like, no, I'm okay with this deal. I'm okay with this move. If the pieces work, is because Ben Simmons, to me, fits that vision of what Monty McNair has been trying to establish here with this current Kings roster.
I think he slots in too at a spot where the Kings would use him naturally. I think they would use him and Harrison Barnes as kind of a 3.5, each one of them switching. Maybe Ben is more of a small forward trying to go downhill on the offense as a 3, and then on the defensive end picking up as a 4. I think that that whole kind of that they have in the roster right now was probably meant for Kyle Kuzma, but Ben Simmons slots in there really well. Now, that being said, the team is currently constructed. I don't really see them as having outside of Harrison Barnes, who in my mind is better off as a small ball 4. I don't really see them having a small forward that can play starting minutes on a nightly basis. I do think Buddy Hield is still a shooting guard, and I think Mo Harkless is probably a small ball 4 as well. And Lou King is, I don't see him as anything above replacing, medium dog Glenn Robinson III. So right now you can slot them in. You can play Harrison Barnes and he'll do fine. He played a lot of his career there, but as he gets older, I think they want to use him more and more. And as the season goes on, he'll be played more and more as the 4, but then that leaves, okay, we're going to play Buddy at the 3. And then we've got that rebounding problem and that defensive problem we had before. And if you start Marvin, like Casey so desperately wants, then we might end up seeing Buddy come off the bench, and I don't know how that works either with Davion Mitchell.
So here's what I'll say about that, and kind of the questions that I have when people say that. Who does have an adequate starting 3 on the bench? There's not a lot of teams that have that. So when you say, Harrison Barnes, let's just put him at the 3, and they're like, well, you put him there. If you move him to the 4, you don't have no starter at the 3 after that. Number one, that's why you shouldn't put him at the 4. Number two, like if LeBron James goes down, who is a starter caliber behind him at the 3 for the Lakers? Like there's not a lot of people with that type of roster in the league in general. You know what I mean? But you have the guy that is there. He's good enough. I think Harrison Barnes is good enough as a 3 for the team to help the team be successful.
And just to answer your question about the Lakers, I think Talen Horton-Tucker would do it. I think they've got guys like Kent Bazemore who could do it, who played kind of a small ball 3 for us too. And we just, in my mind, I've watched you for the last few weeks, Casey, and you've convinced me slightly. And that's a difficult thing to do at my age. I'm a curmudgeon for the most part, and it's hard for me. You got to prove it. But you guys have worn me down to the point where I was gearing up for a pretty hefty article about like, hey, maybe we need to slow our roll. And I watched you two. I shouldn't have before I started writing it. And I went at the end of it. I went, yeah, I'm not going to write this. I kind of buy into it a little bit. So
I think we have a new show slogan though. Do the one, KC. We'll wear you down.
You will. It's difficult to watch you guys and not get at least a little bit hyped up for the season.
Yeah. Well, look, the thing about that though as well is I can see the other side. Yeah. I just feel I expect them to be, regardless of what the season was or what it was or the win total or whatever, they were 2 games out of a playoff spot last season. I expect this team to be at least 3 games better. It's not be the 5th seed, you're straight in there. But what they have on this roster compared to what they started with last year, they should be 3 games better. De'Aaron Fox being there, being better. If he can stay, if everybody stays healthy, they should be 3 to 4 games better than what they were last year.
I can see them picking up 3 wins. My fear is that it won't outpace what other teams have done in the offseason. Tom Ziller had an article today where he ranked Western Conference teams, and he ranked guys around the Kings as the Pelicans, the Timberwolves, the Spurs, and right above them, the Warriors and Grizzlies. The Warriors, depending on how Clay is feeling, you know, how he comes back. And I think New Orleans, just on paper, is a better team. They got a coach that I think is going to do better than the last season calamity that they had. They've got two guys that are clear-cut all-stars. Are right. I mean, Brandon Ingram is right there as an all-star for the next few years. The Timberwolves are a team that, even though they're kind of a mess and they've been a mess, Chris Finch did push them to a little bit better in the second half of the season to that win record. I think that the only one that I'm like kind of ho-humming about is the Spurs, and they've got Greg Popovich. And I'll never ever root against Greg Popovich, and like in terms of like I'm not betting against him until he's dead and in the grave. And even then, the ghost of Greg Popovich could probably coach a team like the Kings to 40 wins.
Yeah, him and the Spurs are done. They're finished. We ain't got to worry about them no more.
I'm not going to go that far.
They lost their best player.
I'm not going to disagree with you either. I'm not going to disagree with you. I'd rather see it than proclaim it. Like with the Spurs, I'd rather.
I'll say it with my chest
because I think they could be a top 5 defense.
Calm your chest down.
They'll be the inverse of the Kings. They'll have a top 5 defense and they'll have a bottom 2, offense. But
did Zilla write anything positive about the Kings?
I think he said that the Kings had he ranked them in S, A, B, C, D, and F tiers. And I think what Ziller said, if I can remember correctly, is that the Kings have enough to reach up into the 8th or 9th spot. And he felt like with this current roster, but it all depends on, I want to say he said Luke Walton as a coach and De'Aaron Fox's rise, but don't quote me on that one.
I don't understand. By the way, Will Griffith at the King's Herald joining us, not just a tremendous writer on the King's Herald, also host the great King's Herald show with Jerry Reynolds, which our man Tony Zipteris, just really, really good stuff. Really good stuff from you, Will, Tony, and Jerry. But really good stuff from the entire crew over at the King's Herald. If you're not following them or checking in with them for your daily Kings news now that the season's here, you're severely missing out. I don't understand any sort of praise whatsoever for Minnesota. Like you talk about teams that haven't earned it. Like I get people look down at the Kings because it's like, oh, it's the Kings. Yo, look at what just happened with the Timberwolves. But you're holding on to Karl Anthony Towns. Cool. I like Cat. He can go. We got De'Aaron Fox. Well, we got D'Angelo Russell. That's a little suspect. I think he's good. But okay, we've got pieces here too. I don't understand why Minnesota seems to be completely immune to the criticism that I really think that they deserve.
I think it's a matter of one. It's you get tired of beating a dead horse. At some point, the horse is just a puddle on the ground, and you're like, okay, I can't beat this anymore. So you leave him alone. And Minnesota, outside of one season of Jimmy Butler, has pretty much been a dead horse. And so it's like, what are we going to talk about with the Minnesota Timberwolves?
Well, they sure as hell don't get tired of beating down Sacramento.
That's true.
Sacramento.
That's true. I mean, and now credit to Minnesota Timberwolves fans. They're a lot like Kings fans in the sense that they beat up Timberwolves management and players more than just about anybody. They hold those guys to a high standards, and they have no reason to for the last, for their entire existence, pretty much outside of KG. But Chris Finch last year, they ended with a record of 8-6. I think that gives them a little bit of leeway there. Anthony Edwards is somebody who could be the next Tracy McGrady. I mean, I love that kid, but D'Lo and Cat and him, if he improves, they've made some heady decisions in the last few years in terms of the draft and picking up guys that were kind of cast-offs. But you're right. I think you're right in that regard. I just don't see them as that much worse than the Kings at this point.
All right, I got you. Will, got to ask you about this. One of the things that I've talked about a number of times throughout the week, and probably adds to the fact that I see the Kings different than certain people, is I still believe in Marvin Bagley. And we all know the injury issues are on the forefront. But if he can find a way to overcome that, I think, to be honest with you, everything that we just talked about with the roster, Marvin Bagley is the missing piece. Marvin Bagley is the missing piece of the puzzle that will catapult this team to where they want to go this year and possibly beyond if he could play 71, 75 games in a season. Are you still on that same wave where you believe in what Marvin Bagley can be? Or have you thrown in the white towel, you're like, it's not going to happen for this young man, at least here?
Certainly. I think that last inclusion there is important. Doing the podcast with Jerry has been a beautiful thing for me, and it has really opened me up to different ideas, because Jerry's kind of an old school guy and he's been around the league for a long, long time. And he's of the opinion about not just Marvin, but other players, that most people probably need a trade to fully unlock who they are as a player, or as a wake-up call. And for me, for a long time, that's been my only recourse with Marvin. Like, I do hope that he shuts us up this year. I'm fully on the bandwagon of, if Marvin Bagley averages 18-9 or 20-10 and plays 72 games, the Kings are going to make the playoffs. I fully expect that if that's the case, even with his limited defense, if the Kings have got a power forward who can do that, that opens up a lot for Harrison Barnes to be able to move back to the 3. It fills a lot of holes. I don't know if he can do that with the Kings. Now, I also think that Kings fans can be a little petty sometimes, and they can hold, he said everything right during media day, that this is the team he's playing for, that he as long as he's in a Kings jersey, he's playing for the Kings. And I believe him when he says that. I think somebody maybe got into his ear a little bit and got into Dad's ear a little bit and said, shut the hell up and let the kid make a career for himself. I just don't know. I just don't know if he's willing to accept that, like, not his part of the blame necessarily, but that part of the thing that happened was he got injured, that he's not been available, and Kings fans are frustrated about that. And if he can play good basketball, Kings fans are going to come back in droves. John in the chatty house over here, he can tell you that me and him have gone at it a couple times about Marvin, because I've been really down about Marvin.
John going at it with somebody? No. No.
I think I predicted Marvin's points per game and rebounds per game last year before the season, and it was really low, a lot lower than a lot of people. And me and John had a little bit of a discussion about it, and I love John for that. And I think I was within like a tenth of a point on it, even though I was a little bit dour about it. But I hope Marvin proves me wrong more than everyone else. I hope he shuts all of the Kings Herald up, because that's a good thing for the Kings. And at the end of the day, I'd rather root for a winner with Marvin than root for a loser, without him.
Why can't he do it here, though?
I think it would all be a mental thing more than anything. I think I legitimately think that's it.
Can
you fall back in love with a player? Can a player fall back in love with a city? I think that's the biggest thing.
Okay, and how, like, maybe you're not open to love right now if you're Marvin, because you've been hurt too many times. We know that Kenny's been hurt repeatedly, but he's open to love. Question with Marvin Bagley:
Marvin said, "I'm working on me right now."
What can open Marvin's heart back up? And I think that I know what it is: being healthy and playing well. And I do think, and this is a part I have a slight concern about, I do think there's I'm getting unfairly deep into Marvin Bagley's mind here, but I think there's a certain, he wants to feel valued on this roster. Like he wants to be an important part. Like I think the whole Team Bagley stuff started last year when the Kings were actually playing well, but Marvin wasn't a big part of, one of the recent games or one of the recent wins, and that fired off. What's that?
The fourth quarters. He wasn't a part of
the fourth quarter. Right.
Yes.
And so I think there's a certain, be healthy, play well. Hey, you're important here. Like, you're a valuable, we still think you are a core piece of what we were building 4 years ago. You could still be a core piece today. And I think there's still or you could still be a core piece moving forward. I think there's a certain level of, he wants to feel like he's a part of something here. And right now, and I don't, right now he's not, but I think if he plays well, he can become that again. And that'll open up everybody's heart again and open up everybody's arms, and we'll all collectively embrace
it's become almost a running joke, I feel like, on Twitter that and not necessarily for many of the writers or whatnot, because they want to see a winning team because they're tired of writing about a losing team. But there's a lot of people that it's easy to bash on Marvin Bagley. It's incredibly easy because you can point at 100 different things and be like, see, the Luka conversation will never leave Sacramento. And as long as Marvin isn't playing well, people aren't going to shut up about it. Probably me included. But part of that is also, Marvin goes out for 20 and 10 and plays 70 games. Sacramento's going to love him. Sacramento's going to bust their ass for him. They're going to all line up behind him. I mean, again, John can lead the charge. He can be the commander of the Marvin Bagley train, and I'll jump on it too. It's just a matter of Marvin's got to feel that love too. And I think that as long as he feels appreciated by the fan base, and as long as De'Aaron Fox pulls him aside and says, "Hey, we want you to get 20 tonight," and he realizes, like, okay, maybe I'm not the MVP of this team, but I accept that I'm willing to be the third best player on this team or the fourth best player on this team. Then you've got a contract extension, somewhere in the works in the next year or so.
And look, maybe jumping out the window here, but
oh boy, he's definitely jumping out the window.
No parachute.
If he can accept that and focus on, I'm just going to be the best Marvin Bagley that I can be for this team.
Sure.
I believe he'll play well. I think he'll get the opportunities. And ironically enough, if I was Doug Christie or anybody on Team Bagley, I'd say you can still get to that point where you're the second best player on this team. Like, I think if he put up 18 and 10, that's the second best player on this team.
Sure.
Tyrese ain't putting up 18 and 10 assists. Davion ain't doing that. Rashawn ain't doing that. If Marvin's going to give you 18 and 10 every night, that's the second best player on this team. I think that's a little ambitious for this year, but he can get to that point.
Shoot high. Shoot. I'm going to go out there. I'm going to be the best player on this team. You fall short and you wind up the second best. We were talking about that with defense earlier in the week. We're going to go out there. We're going to be the number one defense in the league. Okay. You fall short and all of a sudden you're 12th.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah, facts. That's
I'll take it.
There's a difference between ambition and arrogance as well, because Marvin came in thinking, to the league, saying that he was going to be the MVP of the league. And like, okay, like some of that is you got to hype yourself up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
We all do that, but also like you have to understand, if you're the fourth best player on this team, or this Marvin maybe the fifth or sixth or seventh or whatever he is, he should aim for that number one spot. And until he is that number one spot, he should know that he's the fifth or sixth or seventh. He's not the first chair violinist right now. He should aim for it, but as you don't get to the league by being coy. And Marvin is in no way coy.
I was able to glean the context, but that is not a reference I'm familiar with.
Oh, in band, I'm not a band nerd, but I had a bunch of family that were. But like the first chair is like the best cellist or the best violinist or whatever.
It's De'Aaron. De'Aaron's first chair violinist. Yeah,
he is the first chair violinist. And if Marvin is the sixth chair violinist and he wants to get that first chair, he's going to have to earn it. He can't just accept that he is in his mind and sit in the sixth chair and pout about it.
Kenny is the first chair violinist of the show.
Look, guys, I'm more of a head of the table type guy. Okay, that's my bag.
I'm the guy who cleans Kenny's table.
Sure,
I get that.
Paul Heyman.
Yeah, I am the advocate, sir, for the head of the table here on Kenny Caraway. Will Griffiths with us here on D-Lo and KC. So as you stated clearly, D-Lo and KC will wear you down.
Yeah.
We're a couple of days into practice. We're through media day. Everybody's saying the right things. There's really no reason to look down on this team. I mean, optimism is likely as high as it's ever going to be. We're going to come back on Monday, and optimism is either going to be higher or it's another year we stink. Like, it's probably going to be all over the place after that first preseason game. But your D-Lo and KC influenced opinion. Like, what is your honest impression of the team list here? Do you think they're competing for a postseason spot?
I think we're in a very similar spot as last season. I think we're going to be pushing now. If we can change 2 9-game losing streaks to 6-game losing streaks, and
which is just the worst barometer in the world. Like, gosh, that is so sad. But I mean, your point is very, very valid, but it's still very, very sad.
the Kings were also an incredibly healthy team last year. And if we can weather whatever injuries are coming, because let's face it, somebody's going to get injured and somebody important will get hurt at some point in the season unless we're incredibly lucky.
And it's not just injuries. I mean, COVID's not over. Like there's still going to be protocols to deal with there in that case.
You're 100% right in that. And I think we're aiming for sub 40 wins. If I were a betting man, I would say it's sub 35. I'm fairly low, but that being said, I think this team has a much higher ceiling than last year too. We have to pray. We're in a point now as Kings fans where we have to pray that some team above us, Ja Morant goes down with an injury, or Steph Curry hurts an ankle or an Achilles or something. We're hoping that some of these teams, the Clippers, are wildly underperform just to get to.
That's what we hope for.
Spot.
We don't hope for injuries. We just hope they suck.
Yeah,
I hope Dame plays 82 games and the team stinks.
Yeah, I hope we shoot 0%. But the Kings are still sitting at a spot where they may have to hope that somebody goes down.
And that happens. That's going to happen through the course of a season, whether and not necessarily talking about like a catastrophic injury, but Steph's not going to play 82 games. I'm almost certain of it. Steph's not going to play 82 games. We know Clay's not going to play 82 games. Hell, right now the marker for Andrew Wiggins is 41. So these are all things that we'll see what the Timberwolves winds up happening with them, the New Orleans Pelicans, what winds up happening. But that's just part of the story. We were talking about storytelling when you joined us, Will. That's part of the storytelling of a season. There's going to be injuries. There's going to be hiccups. There's going to be away from personal reasons. You might get a Kyrie Irving. I'm just away from the team because I need a break, from a particular player in the Western Conference. But I think with the Kings team as it's constructed, my hope has been hovering around that. I would just be so ecstatic for 41-41, but hovering around that 40 win mark, even if it's 40-42. I even have gone as far as say, I assuming they lost the play-in game, I would take 41-41 in the 10th spot, which is outrageous, over 35 and whatever the number is in a play-in spot.
I do think that the Kings are also loaded in such a way that they're one move away from being a 50-win team. I don't know if that's against anything else I've said other than us winning 35 games. But I think
you've said they're incomplete, so the right move, sure.
Yeah, I think the right move, you take your universal deal and you swap it for a guy who's around an all-star level player, or give up a couple extra picks for that. And I think Fox having a healthy season and being 3 pounds under the playing weight of Russell Westbrook, that's a big deal. And if he can play 72 games with his now stacked body, hell yeah. You got somebody like Halliburton who is in his second season. And if he can play those minutes and avoid the sophomore slump, I think you add one more alpha to this team and the Kings could end up as a 6 seed and we're sitting pretty.
They're going to the postseason, Will. They're going to the postseason this year. This is the year the drought ends.
I hope you're right. I really hope you're right.
Will, tremendous catching up with you. It's been way too long. We'll have to catch you between witty write-ups over there at the Kings Herald for the game previews, and have you on more often when the Kings are doing well, and you could come on and say, man, I was wrong.
I hope
Mo Harkless is that dude, and he has been the guy to change everything for us, or something outrageous like that.
I've prayed every year for 15 years to be wrong, guys. And this is the year. I'm going to be wrong.
This is
there we go. Yes, Love it. Will, we appreciate you, man. Thanks as always for your amazing work over the Kings Herald, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
All right. That's our man, Will Griffith again. Check out the podcast, the Kings Herald Show with
always a good time.
With Will and Jerry and our man Tony Zipteris. Always really good stuff from the folks over there at the Kings Herald. So, but we got that game coming up on Sunday, and I feel like, or not Sunday, sorry, that game coming up on Monday. Yeah, and I feel like Tuesday's going to be an interesting day for like one reason or the other. It's going to be, just see what it's going to be, the California Classic all over again, or it's going to be like, oh gosh, we stink.
no, we stuck again.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those. There's no in between.
I'm gonna be in between. I'm gonna just be like, hey, man, like
You're gonna be rational.
Yeah, I'm more rational than a lot of people give me credit for.
Unless it involves Mac Jones.
Yeah, well, that didn't want Mac Jones. You see how that's playing out early on.
Well, it's playing out bad for everybody. We've talked about that a couple of times. The bad rookie quarterback play. Dude, I pulled some numbers. Good night. It's not bad. It's awful. Like, it's really, really awful. But it's a 49er Friday, baby.
Oh, baby, I'm gonna be ready.
Break out that McQueen and the Violet Fog. It is a 49er Friday. We'll get you ready for the 49ers and the Seahawks. And, of course, we will talk much more about your Sacramento Kings tomorrow here at noon. Make sure that you are with us on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla.
We out. I'll just signed off and bring Will back on. Oh, man. Good stuff. Appreciate y'all being here. I think y'all, I'm pretty sure you killed the thumbs up today. Appreciate that. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. It's been a good week over there on the YouTube. Matter of fact, it's been a really good week on YouTube and Twitch. So appreciate that, man. Oh, look at that. 125. And you know who didn't even check in to hit the thumbs down, man. So good stuff. Appreciate y'all, man. And did I end this poll yet? No, I sure didn't. 223 people voted in the poll. And it wants the traditional lineup. Fox, Tyrese, Harrison, Marvin, and Rashawn.
Let's go, man. Let's go.
Nice little barometer there. Nice little barometer. Shout out to the smart ass who just hit the thumbs down. I appreciate you.
He's like, oh, I forget.
He was too enthralled with the show. He was like, "Yo, well, man, I'm going to use this content tomorrow." Man, I got to be honest. I didn't expect that. I wonder if the results would have been different if I put Fox, Tyrese, and Davion. I don't think anybody's expecting that as a starting lineup. Like, realistically, are you expecting that as a starting lineup?
Nah.
I didn't think. I feel like if it's a 3-guard lineup, it's Tyrese and Buddy. Well, obviously with De'Aaron.
Yeah. I agree. I don't see any way Davion starts to start the season. Don't see it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I see you, Roddy. Tyler, how you feeling, baby? I don't know. Maybe Tyler already signed off. This was a minute ago. Tyler, how you feeling? You kicking cancer's ass?
Yes, sir. I know he is.
We expecting, man. We expecting you to do that cancer like Davion did book night at the oh yeah, Kelsey Plum. I saw that, man. I think I'm actively rooting for the Aces. I want to see them in the WNBA finals.
Yeah. Yeah. I like the Aces too.
Yeah,
Kelsey,
they can go.
Obviously Liz, Asia, Those are 3 of my favorite players in the league right now, for sure.
Oh man, I'm hungry, dude.
I'm starving.
Yeah, Courtney's a beast too, and Courtney been in the league a long time. Like the fact that she's still that type of man. She's been in the league for a minute. Have my sir. Okay, all right, we got you, man. Let us know what you need.
Yes, sir.
Shoot us a note. You guys got my number, man. We got you,
baby. Let's go, Tyler. Let's go.
Yeah, send us whatever we need to know, man. We'll make sure. I know you have my number. I think your brother has my number. Just let us know what you need, man. We got you. Oh, Roddy. God, Roddy, let it go.
I wouldn't let it go.
Yeah, that's true, Roddy. You don't have to let it go.
What you think?
But don't take it out on the Aces.
You think I like the Blues? You think I like the Golden Knights? No. You think Ron Burkle try to do something around here. You think I'm gonna like that? Let that go?
Oh, man.
So I don't blame you, Roddy.
Yeah, that's me, Roddy. Trying to like these bottles.
Ron Burkle.
Ugh.
He will not put butts in the seats.
Indeed. Ooh, boy.
Hey.
I don't want to. It might be.
Hola.
Might be. It's not just that. It's not it. Might be.
Hey, merch about to be out here.
Bro, and that ain't even the best one. That ain't even the best one.
Out here.
It might be tomorrow. I'm hoping it's tomorrow. I've gotten assurances it was tomorrow. That was after it was going to be today. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But our man is he's busting his ass to get this done for us. So
oh man. It's gonna be crazy to start the season, man.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Well, we got football to watch. Hey, get your picks in. Don't mess up your picks.
Football to watch, maybe college.
Well, we got WNBA games to watch. Yeah. We've got football. We've got Giants.
The Gigantes. Los Gigantes. Let's go. Vamos.
Let's get that done. Let's get this season over with. Is it over Sunday?
It's over Sunday.
Yeah.
Let's get this season over with. There was an outside chance that the Padres weren't the bums that they are. Outside chance. Tonight could have been the clinch night. But it won't be.
Uh-huh.
It won't be.
All right.
Check my fantasy roster, see if I got some people playing in that. I don't think so. I'm 1-2 in fantasy for everybody that's wondering.
Oh, we were dying to know.
Nobody. Oh, I take that back. I'm 2-1. I didn't even know I won last week.
All right.
Shout out to Cheryl in Baltimore. I'm coming for their net. Oh, snap. I played Cheryl this week. This is crazy.
Oh, Family Feud.
This is crazy.
Family Feud.
I snuck out a win thanks to Josh Allen. No thanks to David Johnson. I got to get him off my roster. But yeah, that's all that's going on around here.
Bryce, this is too much. That's way too much.
That is way too much. Come on, man.
That's a lot. That's a lot. But you love it, do it. I hate it, so I don't. Is that true? Can I get that confirmed? David Johnson's still in the league?
Yeah, he's on my damn fantasy team. He plays for the Texans.
That's unfortunate.
I got no running. Well, I got Nick Chubb, but I don't know how I'm still stuck with David Johnson. That's nasty.
Still standing, still strong.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's man. Boy, that's facts. I'm with Tyler. One team is a lot. You know what? I didn't want to say anything. I didn't want to catch any heat for this.
Uh-oh.
Brewers and the Dodgers. That's an interesting one.
It is, but it just depends on what's going on because the Brewers may be just trying to set everything up for the postseason.
Yeah, that's true.
And I think that's the position they'll be in. They're effectively locked into the 2 seed. So there's nothing they could really do. Now, you know, they'll be wanting to play well going into the postseason, but yeah. I feel like the Giants are gonna have to do this on their own.
Yeah. All right, man. Let's go get some food. Let's go watch some sports. Again, love y'all. Appreciate y'all. Thanks for hitting that thumbs up today. If you haven't hit it yet, please do. If you're not a subscriber yet, become one, man. We're fun. We're fun, guys. Come on.
I think so.
Tomorrow's gonna be lit, though. We're gonna have some fun. It's 49ers Friday.
Yes,
might even train some McQueen.
Let's go.
We might hit some McQueen during the show. Great work, Will. Appreciate you, my man. Appreciate you. Great work. Great work. We'll see y'all tomorrow, man. Have a good evening. Appreciate you.